01, so much for inductive reasoning. The nothingness receded. Darkness encroached, filling it, and I knew something was up. The darkness was fine. Not pure blackness, but a heaviness tinted in red, the darkness behind closed eyelids in a dimly lit room. Yet I felt like the world smelled wrong. That wasn't quite it. And I felt normal, even good. But, somehow, I knew that what I sensed was wrong, or at least unfamiliar. I shifted my head, and realized I was lying on something soft, with my head elevated, probably a bed with a pillow. My body signaled that it was fresh and ready, but my mind had trouble catching up. I felt like I had to catch every scattered thought and manually shift it into place. Carefully, I opened my eyes, blinking against the light. Something about the view seemed weird, and not just because my eyes hadn't adjusted yet and I only saw bright outlines. Did the shape of my nose change? No, that can't be it, right? When I mentally took a step back to try and analyze my surroundings, I became aware of a feeling that had to be the cause of the strangeness from before. The closest analog I could come up with at the moment was that my body had been filled with warm liquid. I sat up a little more and looked at myself. That helped me focus on it, although I was still as much sensing as seeing anything. Woven into my body was a network of lines, like someone had color highlighted my blood vessels or lymphatic system. Except they didn't branch as much, especially not into capillaries, and they went into my organs and bones anyway. In my abdomen, they concentrated in one glowing spot. It looked a little like the moon, bright but containing shadows. Something very weird is going on here. And yet, I wasn't alarmed. If anything, my body told me it was fine and could I please get up already, and my subconscious assured me the lines were right where they were supposed to be. Since I lacked anything better to do and my eyes had finally focused, I sat up and took a proper look around. I was in a room I didn't recognize, even if it did feel strangely familiar. Large, light coming in from a window, furniture scattered around, watercolors on the walls. Apparently, I was lying in a bed so expansive I could easily stretch out horizontally, with silk-looking bed sheets, although for some reason I was on top of the covers. In the silence, my breathing seemed loud, and finally it picked up a bit of speed. I started to push myself up, then my gaze caught on my hand where it rested on the bed. It was clearly a woman's hand, like mine, with thin, delicate-looking fingers, like mine, and fair skin, like mine. But it wasn't mine. The shapes were off, and unless I'd been sick for a while, the color was too pale. I shook my head in disbelief, and a few strands of blonde hair danced over my eyes. I reached up and grabbed them. My hair should be a light brown, maybe sandy, not this blonde. Okay, I need to figure this out. I took a good look at the rest of my body, although most of it was hidden by my clothing. A blue, intricately embroidered robe that reminded me a bit of a martial arts GI, except longer, with loose pants of the same fabric underneath. The top wrapped around the side. Now that I paid attention to it, the material felt smooth on my skin and kept my body at the perfect temperature. I flexed my arms. The clothing was tailored to show this body's figure, which was definitely leaner than my own, and although I could stand to lose a kilo or two, I wasn't fat. My muscles still brimmed with energy, and I felt like I could run a marathon while throwing a few boulders. Probably looked like a star athlete under that robe. I took another look around the room. My new sense said it was full of something. Although the furniture looked expensive, I couldn't see a computer, television, or anything like that. Instead of a light bulb, soft illumination came from a glowing rock on a table. Not even a crystal or anything, just a gray stone. There were a few other appliances around the room that felt familiar, even if I couldn't name them. Either I was dreaming, or really hallucinating, or I'd been reincarnated in a new word. Or transmigrated, whatever. I took a deep breath, because I felt like I should, and scooted over to the side of the bed. I was barefoot, with my feet looking much better than my own, but there were slippers placed at the side of the bed. Okay, so. A dream is unlikely, this doesn't have the vagueness, and I should know if I was sleeping. I never wonder if I'm dreaming. Hallucination is out, too. I've never heard of one that encompasses all the senses, and even adds a new one. That leaves Fantasyland. I sighed and rubbed not my temple. Well, I don't want to be that girl who insists, la la la, this is all a dream. But the prior probability of that happening has to be astronomical. So much for inductive reasoning. The conclusion was clear, I needed more evidence. In the back of my mind, I knew I should panic, but I was distantly glad that I didn't. I needed to concentrate on the situation, figure out what was going on. Focus. That's when sound started to come in from behind the massive door. Some shuffling and footsteps that slowly got louder. I froze and glanced around, but before I could even consider whether I should hide, the door opened. I was still sitting on the edge of the bed. The first person to come in wore an old-fashioned dress. She looked middle-aged, with a few gray strands and wrinkles, though beautiful for her age. But the first thing I noticed was that I could feel a presence emanating from her. It wasn't all that strong, but I could have pinpointed her location blindly, and I knew it was the same kind of energy that this new body contained. The woman stopped short when she saw me. Quickly, she clasped her hands and bowed deeply, before she continued into the room, smiling. "You're back." I cleared my throat, unsure how to respond. Before I could decide, my attention was drawn to the other figures entering behind her. Two younger ones, a man and woman, wore clothes the same style as hers, although the man's looked more like a suit. Then there were two people in colorful robes, both men. They all emitted the same sort of presence, but the blue-robed man's was almost blinding. I blinked, and by the time I looked again, he stood barely 2 meters in front of me. His robes were simple and loose, and he had a silver brooch pinned at his collar. He was handsome, maybe in his 30s, and all sleek muscles and strong jaw, but the look in his eyes could only be caution. "Welcome back, Your Highness. Do you remember where you are?" "Wait, Your Highness? Wait, what?" I hesitated for a moment. But they obviously knew something, and trying to bluff would be useless. "No." His eyebrows drew together. "Do you remember who you are?" I swallowed. "Yes, but I shouldn't be here," I trailed off. Did I really know who I was, waking up in a strange body? Then I sat bolt upright. What language are we even speaking? I didn't know. At least, I could clearly understand and even speak it, but I didn't know its name. It wasn't any I'd heard before. Or so I could have sworn 1 minute ago. I was thinking in English, which wasn't unusual as far as that went. And yet, I could sort of switch to this new language, even in my thoughts. It felt a bit different than thinking in my native language or one I was fluent in, and yet easy. "It's all right. Please calm down." The man held out his hands, clearly trying to look and sound reassuring. He must have misinterpreted my expression. "I'm calm." I was still far calmer than I would have expected. And, if I tried to analyze my own reaction, his presence actually felt comforting. Did the previous owner of my body know him well? If I got transmigrated, was I using a new brain with its own memories? But then why did I still feel like myself in my thoughts? I knew the mind was embodied in the brain. But where was the line? Since my current mind was clearly some combination. Just, what the hell, universe? Actually, if this is like a story, maybe there's a game system. I concentrated on thinking a mental prompt. System? Status? Status. No? Shame. I could have used a character sheet. A gentle throat clearing brought my attention back to my conversation partner. I tried to give him my best apologetic smile, realizing I'd gotten lost in my head. "If it's mine, no, focus. You're safe and home." I know this must be confusing, but things will be explained. "Please just come with us, there's someone you need to meet." I gave him a nod and finally stood from the bed, the man stepping back to give me space. Carefully, I maneuvered not my feet into the slippers, then glanced around again. Apparently, while I'd been focused, the simpler dressed people, servants, maybe, had left. There were a few more people in colored robes visible waiting in the hallway, or at least that's what I assumed from what I could see from here. No, wait, I knew there was a hallway. Shaking my head, I got moving. Even though my body wasn't really mine, I moved in it fluently and naturally, with more grace than I'd ever had. When I stepped into the hallway, the people, 3 other men and a woman, formed up around me. They didn't wear uniforms, but the brooch pinned to their chests, like the other man's, and the way they stood and moved made me think of soldiers. Without exception, they were attractive enough to distract me from my thoughts for a moment. Hints of athletic bodies under the robes, perfect skin, and symmetrical features. Their presence was also stronger than the others, though not as much as the one I'd talked to. Being surrounded by them still put me on my guard. Who knew what situation I'd somehow found my way into? Still, there was nothing I could do about it except try to learn more, so I started following the first man. 02, I must be royalty. Considering my clothes and the room I'd woken up in, this body's owner had to be rich. With the way I'd been addressed, probably nobility or royalty. I tried to keep my eyes open for any further clues, but the new sensations were a bit overwhelming. The hallway we walked down looked perfectly ordinary, with little to indicate whether it belonged in a castle or palace. Although the illumination still came from stones affixed to the ceiling that I sensed contained this new energy. Mana, maybe? Chi or ki or whatever? So far, this really put me in mind of Eastern-style fantasy, what with the core of energy in my guts. Anyway, the hallway was paneled in wood, but without any other decorations. The ceiling was a uniform white that would have been at home in any modern building. We didn't meet any other people, although there were other doors, spaced pretty far apart. After maybe 50 meters, we made a turn down a spiraling staircase that had stone steps but still managed to look delicate, with handrails of a crystalline substance that shimmered in many colors. I ran my hand over one part, and it was cool to the touch. But I didn't linger. By now, I could hear muffled sounds that had to come from other parts of the building, but nothing identifiable, just general bustle. After going down 2 floors, the blue-robed man led me into another hallway, this one a little broader and with elaborate designs carved into the wood paneling. I'd visited a few castles, but this didn't look like anything I'd seen before. Finally, he stopped before a door. Nothing differentiated it from the rest, but I could sense the presences gathered behind it. Without knocking, the man opened the door and entered. When I followed him in, I paused at the sight. The room looked like a smallish sitting room from a movie set in the Victorian era. There was a table with chairs to the side, and in the middle, something between an armchair and a sofa facing a few other cushioned chairs. Half a dozen people lined the walls in obvious bodyguard positions. They all wore dark-colored robes with the same brooch, and all of them felt about as strong as my guide. That one was now on his knees near the entrance, but my attention was immediately drawn to the woman in the main seat. I couldn't tell her strength. It felt like a cloud covered the sun, letting only hints of its brilliance through. But my mouth went dry before I consciously registered her presence. She has to be more powerful than me, and maybe even the guards. Her skin was a touch darker than that of Not My Hand. Her dark hair fell to her shoulders, her gray eyes piercing into mine. She was beautiful. While she looked like 30 at most, something about her bearing and her eyes belied that impression. In a magic world, for all I knew, she could be centuries old. She, too, felt familiar. Then she smiled, and just like that, my anxiety eased. "It's good to see you," she said. "Come, sit down. Let's talk." Hesitantly, I came closer and sat on the plush chair facing the woman. I noticed she wore a black and white gown that looked like it had taken a master tailor years to make by hand, and was embroidered with gold and silver in intricate patterns, but her hands hid in its wide sleeves. "I have a lot of questions," I finally said. "I would imagine so. However, it would be best if I asked a few questions first to determine where to begin explaining." I was getting impatient, but controlled myself. "Of course. I'd been told you didn't remember the room you woke up in," she started, and I wondered if the first woman had gone to tell her. "Do you remember anything about this place, or anyone you met?" I'd already decided honesty was the best policy. "Not really." "You feel familiar, but I couldn't say why." Her face tightened just a bit at that answer, but it smoothed out quickly. "I see. What is your name?" I paused just a bit. "Tori." That was a nickname, but I was hesitant to reveal my identity in case this was somehow an elaborate setup and these people turned out to have bad intentions. She nodded again, but the way she raised an eyebrow slightly made me think she'd caught that. Tori, I'm sorry to tell you that the life you knew is over. She paused at that. I took a deep breath. This was probably the logical conclusion given everything, but somehow the thought didn't feel real. The idea that I would never finish university or see if the world managed to deal with climate change just seemed absurd. You just completed what we call a soul journey, the woman explained. You originally come from this world. Your soul detached from your body and was taken to another world or another universe. The details of the how and why are very speculative, I'm afraid. In this other world, you were reincarnated, reborn, without your memories. Now that you departed that life, your soul has returned to its home. For us, only 9 days passed, and your body was in a coma during that time. I blinked at that. I'd sort of expected reincarnation, but this was backwards. I was supposed to originally come from here? That didn't really make sense. I'd read a few stories about transmigration, and in them a newly dead soul was taken to inhabit the body of a person who died in the cultivation world, taking their place. Maybe they just thought I was the same person? Hell, do souls even exist? This is all completely crazy. 03, who are we? If the woman was right, then whether I was this body's original soul or not didn't much matter. In either case, that meant I was dead. I waited for panic to hit me at the idea, but nothing came. I didn't feel dead. I couldn't remember dying. Frowning, I tried to determine the last thing I remembered, but it was vague. It was Tuesday, I think? I had cereal for breakfast. Then? I don't know, I studied probably? This felt like trying to recall a completely mundane day a while ago. But of course I wouldn't remember dying. It took a while to form long-term memories, changing synapse strengths and whatever. That's why people sometimes lost a bit after head trauma. I'd heard about that in class, but I couldn't remember the exact time frame. Was it 20 minutes, a few hours? This didn't answer how the hell my memories were supposed to be transferred across universes. Let alone my soul, whatever that was supposed to be. I shook my head, trying to focus on my situation. Actually, how do you know about this? The woman smiled as if pleased at the question, but somehow I could still make out the sadness beneath her manner. My body's previous occupant must have known her well. You're hardly the first. Soul journeys are a mark of our clan. Most members of the family experience one, although the details can vary greatly. It's not uncommon to lose some knowledge of our world on our return. Myself, I only have vague memories of my time before my soul journey, and that's expected. A few are lucky enough to retain, or perhaps regain, very clear memories. While others, sadly, are left with very little. I digested that for a moment. So I was in a whole family of transmigrators? That could be good or bad. But I remember my life on Earth clearly, I pointed out, using the English word for Earth. Her face lightened up a little. Oh, Earth? Great, she said in English. I hoped for that. I stared at her. You're from Earth, too? You transmigrated from Earth? Wait, what year was it? Yes, I did. To answer your earlier question, we all recall our reincarnated lives clearly. That's just how it works, for some reason. And I died in the spring of 2019. While I had a bit of an accent, she spoke English perfectly, so far as I could tell. If I had to guess, she was from the US, but I've never been good with placing dialects. But she didn't seem as if she'd died a year ago. 2019? But I'm from 2020. How long have you been, back? About 30 years, she said with an interested gleam in her eyes. This sort of phenomenon is common, although a 30-to-1 ratio isn't. And yes, I know you somehow fit your life on Earth into 9 days, and I came back before you were born. No one is really sure about how time works between universes. But looking at the records, there are often times when transmigrators from the same period go to the same world, usually in a short time span. There are many different worlds out there, so this is quite lucky in a way. Is there any way to go back? She shook her head. No. This world does have occasional contact with other worlds, through things like temporary portals or displaced strangers. But they're rare, and so far as we know, there's no way to deliberately travel to a specific world. Believe me, I've looked. Not to mention that your other body is dead. I'm sorry. I clenched my fists. If I'm dead, what about my family? They'll think I've really died. I mean, I did, but I'm sort of fine. But they'll be grieving. I need to let them know I'm okay. There's no way to get a message to Earth? No, she sighed. I wish there was, but our family's been studying this for centuries and we've never found a way to contact the loved ones of our old lives, except through sheer luck. I fell silent. This was a hard pill to swallow. It didn't help that my reaction was all in my mind. I didn't feel any grief in a physical sense, no urge to cry or racing heartbeat or even tight throat. It was eerie. After a moment, I sighed. Don't be like that, I chided myself. You've been transported into a fantasy world. This is awesome. Hell, if it's virtual reality or whatever, enjoy it while it lasts. I looked around the room. My former guide had taken a post guarding the door, and he and the rest stood still and silent, giving no indication that they cared if they could follow our conversation or not. So, who are you? Who are we? The woman smiled and suddenly my air cut off. Pressure pushed me down in my chair, a presence emanating from her so strongly I couldn't even move a finger. And still, the veil over her power remained, simply lifting a bit. I am Empress Luri Acura, she declared. Suddenly the pressure vanished. And you are my firstborn and likely heir, Princess Luri Inaris. I exhaled shakily, aware just how weak I was compared to this person, but it was her words that caught my focus. So, royalty. She said likely, so the succession wasn't set in stone? Did I have to prove my strength or something, if it wasn't birth order? Inaris. Luri Inaris, I said, tasting the words. I supposed it was a good enough name. The Empress made a gesture with one hand, and light flowed out of it, condensing in the air before us. It expanded until it was a large rectangle, then turned black and reflective. She'd created a mirror. Somehow, it hadn't occurred to me to wonder if magic was even real, but this was definitely magic. I studied the person looking back at me from the mirror. The face didn't look like mine, although there were definite similarities to the woman across from me. The girl had blonde hair instead of black, but the same gray eyes, and her features were pretty, perhaps even beautiful, with high cheekbones and a delicate nose. Probably an adult, but only just. I looked further down and saw an athletic figure, with moderately large boobs. She was about as tall as my real body, of average height. If I'd met her on the street on Earth, she might have turned my head. But although I didn't recognize it, seeing this appearance in the mirror felt right. Unfortunately, I have important work to do, my new mother said, again in the local language. There are records you will want to look at, but first, you need to learn the most important thing about this world. Aston, take her to the training courtyard. The last one was addressed to the man who'd led me here, who bowed and came closer. When I turned back to the Empress, she had stood up, and after a last smile at me, she and her guards vanished. Or that's what it looked like. I could feel their presences moving away from here quickly. I rose from my chair, too, curious about what she meant. Hopefully, I would get to learn magic now. 04, a few reference points. The man, Aston, still walked a little in front of me to show the way, but kept to my pace. So when I dawdled to look at my surroundings, he and the other guards waited patiently. I'd seen a balcony emerging from one room we were about to cross and made a beeline for it. Now, for the first time, I looked out into my new world. Well, I tried to. There wasn't much to see of the world. This balcony let me look down on a part of the building complex, which did indeed look like a castle or palace. There were a number of courtyards and terraces rising in tiers until they met the massive main building. We were in a wing of that one, judging from what I could see here. Beyond the complex was a mountain range. In fact, the mountains rose into the sky so high that I couldn't see much beyond the first ones. Definitely higher than the Alps, although that was the only great mountain range I'd seen in person. Apart from that, they were just mountains, with forested slopes rising into rocky terrain, glaciers, and snow-covered peaks. At least I knew a few things. The sky was blue, there were clouds, the temperature was mild but with a chilly breeze, and this was one hell of a castle. It had to be, 10 kilometers until the outer wall from here? At least. The architecture looked a little weird, with some buildings having sloped roofs and others not. There were a high number of ornamental gardens with strict layouts, and even ponds and little groves of trees. I only thought of it as a castle instead of a settlement because there weren't many people, and the inner complex was pretty massive, so the outer part wasn't that big in comparison. And this was probably the backside. Okay, let's continue, I said. I still had a lot of things to learn. Aston made a weird gesture, cupping his fist in the palm of his other hand and bowing slightly. Of course, Your Highness. This way. This time, I paid a little more attention to my escort as we continued to walk through the castle. I don't remember you, I'm afraid. Should I apologize? Were we close? Your name is Aston? Yes, Princess. Tenor Aston. And you're my bodyguard? I guessed, going by the impression I had of him being a soldier. His eyes finally flicked to meet mine. I am. Actually, I am a member of the Imperial Guard. It has been my duty to protect you for many years now, Your Highness. I oversee the other guards assigned to your protection. I think his respect is genuine, but he won't let me get away with things. There's steel in his bearing and expression. Makes sense if he guarded the princess since childhood. Damn, he must have known my predecessor well. I nodded at that, unsure how to respond. And where are we? The Imperial Palace. It's located beside the City of 1,000 Stars, the imperial capital. I could hear the capitalization. Liked their fancy names, did they? But at least I had some sort of referent for my location. We descended another staircase, this one broader, flatter, and without handrails. The floors after that were also broader, with slightly arched ceilings and the occasional decoration in the form of paintings and murals. The noise of the palace got louder, too. I had the feeling we were still not in the impress visitors part of the palace, but we got closer to officially used areas. After a while, we saw other people. They wore what I could only assume was business clothing in this world, robes, dresses and suits, mostly in blue or gray instead of black with longish jackets and embroidery. About half of them looked like they had Eastern Asian ancestry, or would have on Earth, the rest European. But that was only a rough impression, and I had to remind myself I didn't know how ethnicity worked in this world. It should already make me suspicious that there were humans on two worlds. But it was their reactions that really drove the point home that I wasn't on Earth. Whenever we passed, the people would make way and perform some sort of obeisance in my direction. Most cupped their hands like Aston had and bowed deeply, but some knelt or even kowtowed. On the floor and everything. Despite that, I could sense the way their eyes followed me. They probably knew about my coma. Maybe even the transmigration. I needed to ask Aston how common that knowledge was, in the palace or otherwise, but now wasn't the right time or place. He didn't slow down or acknowledge the people much. So I occasionally gave a nod, tried for a regal and confident posture, and hoped they couldn't see me wondering about them. And this was only walking down the hallways. At least it felt like my body was familiar with trying to be regal. I could tell I must have looked graceful, and it was easy to keep my face calm and composed. That's good, I'll need to rely on my subconscious memory of how to act. Finally, we reached a side entrance and stepped out into a courtyard. I took a deep breath of the fresh air, smelling traces of plant life and rain. But I didn't dawdle to look at the scenery, instead following Aston onto a gravel path. We were high up, and several paths led to different courtyards and buildings. I had a lot of questions about the world and who I was supposed to be, but was still trying to process everything I'd learned, so I kept silent. There was enough to do just trying to take everything in. Aston stayed close to the palace, leading me beside the main wall for a bit before we descended. It didn't take long to reach a stone walls enclosed courtyard. To the side were wooden stands with weapons, and a few of the guards in colorful robes lingered around the periphery. I could sense the ones accompanying me spreading out behind us as I stepped onto the courtyard. It was paved in stone, but with wide mats scattered around. Someone else was waiting for us. He looked Asian, but not like the stereotypical old master. For once, he couldn't be much older than Aston. His presence was veiled in the same way the Empress had been, but not as carefully, and I had the impression it was more perfunctory. His strength still definitely outstripped mine. When he saw me, he smiled and bowed fluently. "The Crown Princess has returned. But I've been told you do not remember what you need to know. As such, it will be my honor to once again instruct you in the basics before we can continue where we left off." "Thank you," I answered hesitantly. "My name is Ling Ta, but you used to call me Teacher. Now his smile had turned a bit melancholy. I bowed slightly. "I'm ready to learn, teacher." His smile widened. Then he sat down in the lotus position and gestured for me to do the same, so I copied him. "Sense the chi around you," he instructed quietly. "Still your thoughts and reach out to it. Cultivation. Your body and inner self know how to do it, they need simply remember." So, I was right in my guess. I nodded and closed my eyes, trying to clear my thoughts. I'd never really meditated before, although I'd done a few exercises. It took a while for me to settle. When I did, I stopped paying attention to my breathing and instead focused on the chi around me. I could sense it far more clearly now. It was everywhere, layered over the world like bundles of cloth. It had been there before, but I'd only gotten the barest glimpse of it, the rest filtering out of my awareness because I didn't know how to process it. My senses expanded. I could hear the rustling of leaves on trees a kilometer away, smell a hint of spice from a bonfire 2 courtyards over, feel the subtle differences in pressure the folds in my clothing created. It didn't overwhelm me, because my mind had widened to take it all in. The sensations of my old life seemed pitiful in comparison. "Chi is everything," my teacher's voice rang out softly. "Everything lives in it, and it lives in everything. Cultivation is the art of interacting with it, of taking part out of the whole and making it yours, shaping it to your will, and understanding that which it entails. It is the process of refining not just chi, but yourself, your own body, mind, and soul, of transcending your mortal limits. Of making yourself the best you can be, and then pushing beyond it. And now, let it fill you, and take it into yourself." I breathed in, following a pattern ingrained into my body, and chi flooded into my lungs. It flowed into my center, and from there out through the vessels in my body. I circulated it, watching as it became denser and yet lighter, taking on the characteristics of my own chi, that in my core. I started spinning my core, the light rotating around a darker center, slowly growing as the chi I pulled in was absorbed. I hadn't realized I was close to empty, but now that chi ran through me, I came alive. New strength surged into my body, and my mind stilled even more, as if sinking into the chi flowing in my core. 05, my mind gets in the way. The passage of time ceased to matter. I didn't know how long I cultivated. When I slowly sank out of the meditation and opened my eyes, I could see the colors of sunset painting the mountains. My eyesight had improved along with the rest of my senses, even if I wasn't actively circulating chi. Although my core continued spinning, my teacher was watching me with a satisfied expression. When I opened my eyes, he nodded. "Well done, Your Highness. You do this old teacher proud. Now, would you care to venture a guess to our next step? Techniques? Not yet. Children don't walk before they've been taught to stand. No, first we will focus on the elements, or affinities, of chi." I nodded. All of that seemed familiar from what I'd read. During my cultivation, I had sensed that chi wasn't uniform, that it contained many different things. Presumably, affinities. So, which one do I have? Which do you sense in yourself? Look to your dantian and meridians. I frowned and inspected my core. It was easy to guess, but hard to be sure. Light? Or, no, shadow? No. Like many in your family, including your most esteemed mother, you cultivate both light chi and darkness chi. Light and darkness, huh? That sounds cool. If I understood things correctly, that would be a pretty versatile build. But it sounded like it needed careful balance. Dual element cultivators are not uncommon, he explained, but this way carries both advantages and risks. You need to keep the two affinities separate in your dantian, especially in the case of such opposing elements. For a genius such as yourself, that is fortunately little trouble. However, you can only draw in chi of one element at a time, and are in some sense limited by the chi you chose to gather in your core. For example, if you fill it with darkness chi completely, or almost completely, you will be unable to use a light art. There's also the inherent splitting of focus to consider. I nodded. All of that made sense. I understand. Good. Then we will move on. He sprang up in one fluent movement, and I hurriedly stood as well. Although I'd been sitting for hours, I felt no soreness and was as limber as before. Straightening, I listened to my teacher explain the basic principles of techniques, pushing out chi through your meridians to achieve a desired effect. And now, create a small light. I took a deep breath and focused. Carefully, I guided some light chi out of my dantian and through a meridian into my arm, then out of my palm. It sputtered, creating a small puff of light, before the flow ceased. Grimacing, I tried again. This time, I kept tighter control over my chi, trying to keep it moving smoothly. When it left my body, I squeezed down at it with my will. Finally, a speck of light sprung into existence above my palm. It flickered a little, but I smiled in triumph. The star's spark, Ling Ta declared. Your first technique, although it can hardly be called one. At higher levels of mastery, it can be used to blind and confuse enemies, even searing them if one comes near. You should have little trouble regaining that mastery. That's about what I would expect from a simple light technique. If nothing else, it would probably be useful as a flashlight or to light a fire if I ever needed one. But I couldn't help feeling proud of myself. I'd actually performed magic. Don't rush, he cautioned me. Let things come back to you. With most of your other techniques, failure can be painful or even set back your cultivation if it is great enough. There is much to learn concerning the theory of chi and the function of techniques, but you can acquire that information on your own. Still, I would suggest the honored princess come back for my instruction every day. We do not have the luxury of bungling this. I wasn't sure if I could even refuse that suggestion, but I had no desire to try. Of course I wanted his help in learning cultivation. Of course I will, I said. Then I looked at the weapon racks. Actually, will your instruction include martial arts? The dignified teacher grinned like a schoolboy. Naturally. Now that you mention it, I would be remiss if I did not find out how well you remember the art of combat. I had a bad feeling about that. But before I could protest, he moved. He was faster than any fighter I'd seen on Earth. I barely had time to be surprised before he was in front of me. Instinctively, I dodged to the side. His fist whistled by my hair. Damn, that was fast. What do I? The next instant, I found myself sailing through the air, then crashing into a mat. Cursing, I pulled myself up. The impact hadn't hurt, and my body moved as well as ever, but that didn't make me any happier. What was that for? I couldn't have one, you're too strong. Oh no, he smirked. I suppressed my strength just enough that you could have resisted. I shrugged, wondering at his standards. I'd moved faster than I ever had in my life, but I didn't really know what was normal here. Well, do you have an assessment, or did you just spontaneously decide I would make for a nice floor decoration? He didn't react to the barb. It's quite obvious where the problem lies. Your body remembers what to do, but your mind gets in the way. You need to learn to trust yourself and rebuild your tactical experience. That can be fixed with training. Honestly, he was probably right. So much to look forward to, I grumbled. 06, morning awkwardness. For a brief moment, I thought I was still at home, going to start another ordinary day. But when I fully left sleep's embrace, everything rushed back. I opened my eyes to a familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling, feeling confused. Sighing, I sat up and stretched. After the training session yesterday, Aston had brought me back to my room, saying that sleep was recommended the night after a soul journey. I'd expected to have trouble falling asleep, but it had actually happened quickly as the mental fatigue dragged me under. Now, I felt fresh, well-rested, and ready to take on the world. Today, I promised myself, I will find some answers. But first, I should probably see about more mundane concerns. I climbed out of bed and haphazardly smoothed out the covers. Then I looked around. Usually I didn't sleep unclothed, but I didn't exactly find any pajamas here. So I'd slept in my underwear, including a surprisingly modern bra. I opened the big closet that I'd apparently been too tired to notice and whistled at the large variety of clothes I found. Some were simple, pants and shirts, others robes and gowns more elaborate than what I'd worn. But I didn't know if colors might have some significance, so I wasn't sure what to choose. It was only then I noticed that the robes I'd worn yesterday lay folded over a chair, where I'd definitely not left them. They looked and smelled freshly laundered. Had someone been in here to collect and deposit them while I was asleep? Creepy. I need to establish some boundaries. At least they probably hadn't gone through my closet, and I knew what to wear now. So I pulled out some fresh underwear and quickly changed into the robes, my hands deftly tying the knot before I even realized it might be a problem. I could sense some presences outside. It was a bit like the prickle you got on your neck when you felt like you were being watched, but far more detailed. I somehow knew their position and intensity. There were a few guards at the door, including Aston, and some weaker signatures bustling about, probably servants. I took a look around the room and noticed the side doors that probably led to others where they could be. Shrugging, I checked. To my pleasant surprise, the first door led to a bathroom. It was pretty nice, tiled in some white stone, with a pool sunk into the floor and a few cheap appliances in other places. There were bottles of things that smelled like shampoo, lotion, and the like, and fluffy towels. Shaking my head at myself, I disrobed again and dove into the pool. It was nice, but I wanted to get going, so after a minute I got out, dried off, and put my clothes back on. Then I checked the chi things until I found the hairdryer, which was actually a red gem, and let the streams of hot air dry my hair. I combed it quickly with a carved wooden work of art and got out. It was only when I'd already stepped through the door that I realized someone stood in my room. I really need to work on my situational awareness. Wait, isn't that the same woman I first saw? Princess Inaris. The woman cupped her hands and bowed deeply again. She was standing near the freshly made bed. I nodded in greeting, unsure how to act. A bit of awkward silence ensued. Finally, the servant broke it. Is there anything you require? I scratched at my cheek. Breakfast would be nice. Food and drink, but no wine or anything. Oh, and I prefer not to eat meat. Actually, I wasn't a vegetarian, I just tried hard to only eat meat from acceptable sources, where animals didn't suffer. But since I didn't know where the palace got their food, and I didn't really want to explain myself, it would be better just to avoid it. Right away. The servant bowed again, then scurried out of the room. I glanced at the guards behind the wall, then turned to inspect the contents of my bedroom. There was a weapons rack in a corner, with a few shiny blades and what looked like a crossbow, all of them tingling in my new sense, like a prickle from static electricity. There was also an obvious vault with chi that just radiated the feeling of alertness. Apart from that, a desk, a few chairs, tables, and a couch, plus the side entrances. One of them was locked, one led to the bathroom and the other to what I would have called a sitting room if it was in the place of the bedroom instead of leading out from it. I turned to the vault and tapped its steel door. There was a locking mechanism unlike any I'd seen before. I prodded at it, and before I knew what I was doing, I let some of my chi out into the lock, twisting it in a familiar configuration. The lock clicked open. Well, that happened. Curiously, I poked my head through the vault door. The inside was more of a small room than a safe. A number of items lay on the floor or on a shelf, all of them glowing with chi. Weapons, jewelry, a few that I couldn't categorize. But my attention was drawn to the only mundane object, a piece of paper lying on a stone surface. I picked it up, and almost dropped it when I recognized that it contained English words. In handwriting that somehow felt intimately familiar. My dreams? Leaving alone and said to be dead. Why do spirits like me? There is more to us than it seems. Something is off. Perhaps someone, I don't know. Mother doesn't like me asking questions about some things. It might be related, it might not. I sucked in air through my teeth. This was really something. The first part could be a poem, although not a very good one, if not for the last part. My predecessor had taken these notes, marked down questions she couldn't answer. And I had no clue what it all meant. After a moment, I noticed black edges on the paper. Turning it around, I found more writing. Possible explanations. 1. There's a spy, infiltrator, or someone who otherwise secretly wishes harm on myself, people close to me, or the clan as a whole. 2. I'm somehow sensing that I will fail or be hurt significantly. Failing the breakthrough, or a bad life for the soul journey. 3. Someone is playing with or testing me. Might overlap with other points. 4. A random expression of the darkness affinity, perhaps even a spiritual or medical problem. 5. My dreams are picking up impressions, emotions, or connections, due to my darkness affinity. It is sometimes associated with dreaming. I rubbed my temple and stared at the notes. Well, at least I had a few hints now. So, my predecessor knew English, probably taught by her mother. I wouldn't have chosen it, but for her, this must be the most secret language she knew. So far, so good. But what exactly did she mean? I put the note down carefully and backed out. I just need to keep an eye out and learn more about this world and my situation. Maybe wait and see if I have any weird dreams. A sudden noise startled me. I turned around, watching another servant enter the room. I almost hadn't noticed his presence. Quickly, I closed the vault door, watching as it clicked into place and its key covered the lock again. The servant was a younger man. He bowed gracefully without moving the tray he carried a centimeter, and set it onto the table. Shrugging, I walked over to the table while he left and sat down. The food was all new to me, but tasted good, so there was that. A little more savory than I was used to for breakfast, but the fruits were great. I only realized I wasn't actually hungry after I began to eat, but I didn't want to waste it and I didn't feel full either, so I indulged. But a lingering unease prevented me from truly enjoying it, and I ate quickly. After I finished, I left the room, looking around. Apparently, they'd noticed I was up, because a few additional guards had showed up. Now there were 3 men and 2 women. They all looked young, strong, and attractive. I had to be careful not to let my eyes linger on the tight clothing some of them wore. One of the women, a hot brunette, had a daring neckline that I tried not to notice. Seriously, why is everyone here hot? It's getting annoying. Is it a cultivator thing, or is someone testing me? Let's get going, I said. Aston answered, where to, Your Highness? If I had an appointment or schedule, he would have mentioned it. I really wanted someone to explain things or a few books, but decided that I should get to know the place first. Scope out my surroundings. Can you give me a quick tour? He half bowed and the rest of them formed up, and so we set off. While Aston led me around, he explained the layout of the palace and I asked a few questions. I made an effort to focus on the tour, pushing considerations of my discovery back. Apparently, we started in the imperial family quarters. Those were for the empress' closest kin, with space for favored retainers and a few chambers that could accommodate servants or guards if needed. Her Majesty's rooms are on the next floor and the roof of the tower, he mentioned, but let's not go there. The next section, after we descended one staircase and turned to the side, were what I privately called the VIP apartments. They provided housing for other members of the clan, distinguished guests, and a few high officials who didn't have their own homes. The walls were actually more decorated than before, with colorful tapestries, paintings, and frescoes. The few people we passed moved aside for me, but their bows were shallower than Aston's. Their clothing looked at least as expensive as mine. Something in the way they eyed me was appraising, and I realized they definitely knew about the soul journey. I quickened my steps a little. "This way leads to the throne room and royal audience chambers," Aston proceeded. I shook my head. "Let's go around." I didn't know if the Empress was there, but I didn't want to risk meeting a throng of courtiers. We walked on. Most of the rest of the central complex and outlying buildings housed the government, a lot of office space for various ministries and departments, and the infrastructure needed to keep them running. I ran across what had to be a magical printing press. Aside from that, I just tried to keep up and keep myself oriented. By this point, I'd gotten used to the way people reacted to my presence. Aston showed me the general layout of the palace and the ways that led to other parts, like quarters, barracks, most of them empty, kitchens, and so on. Then there are the workshops of the royal alchemists, tailors, blacksmiths. Finally, I put a stop to it. Okay, that's enough. I've gotten the basics. Now, my eyes lit up as I realized the most important location. There's a library, right? Let's go there. A hint of a smile cracked through Aston's calm expression. Of course, Princess. There are several in the palace. The lower courtyard holds the public library, open to everyone. The various departments keep archives, and many esteemed personages have their own collections. Unless I'm severely mistaken, the honored princess has one in a side room. But if I may be so bold, I would suggest the imperial family's private library. Sure. Lead the way. Right here. I smiled in anticipation as I followed Aston back. How big is it? How many people are going to be there, actually? It holds thousands of storage items and books. The imperial family's private library is only open to the Empress, her closest family, meaning her children, and a few others lucky enough to be granted access as a reward for their service. 07, library. Makes sense. Wait, children? I paused and stared at Aston. Why didn't I ask before? I have siblings? Indeed, Your Highness. I resumed walking. Well? Tell me about them. As you command, Your Highness. He cleared his throat. Prince Lori Alistair is 12 years old. He is quite smart and strong for his age and shows remarkable martial talent. Princess Lori Xiaodan is 8 years old. She too shows remarkable intelligence for her age, and is noted for her bright personality. Many assume the two will prove to be geniuses. I nodded, too preoccupied to reply. So, my predecessor had 2 younger siblings, quite far apart in age. At least by Earth standards. Isn't Alistair a name from Earth, like Alistair? I think I've heard it somewhere. Maybe there's the same name in this world. Not sure about Xiaodan. But more important than that was his description. I'd need to meet the two of them eventually, but just the thought made me nervous. I can put it off until I've learned more, at least. Damn, I miss my real brother. That thought, I quickly pushed away, and concentrated on my surroundings. We were back in the vicinity of the family quarters, and Aston halted beside a pair of double doors, pushing them open silently. I hurried inside, excited to see what the library held. I wasn't disappointed. Inside, I saw a big room filled with tables, seats, and most of all bookshelves. Some held colorful little things that looked like a mineral or crystal shining with chi, but most were stuffed with books. Mostly big, hardcover books. The space was well illuminated with windows and light fixtures, silent, and covered in the scent of paper and books. It didn't make up for losing the internet, but it could make a pitiful try. My guards distributed themselves around the library and the door, probably trying to cover every possible entrance. I ignored them in favor of examining the books. Some of them didn't have any writing on their spines, but some did. To my pleasant surprise, I discovered I could read it. At random, I pulled one from a shelf and opened it. It turned out to be a history book. I could read it the same way I did text in my native language, But when I slowed down and tried to really look at the words, the clarity left. Looking at the letters by themselves, they were just squiggles. I frowned and took a closer look. The alphabet was like nothing I'd seen before. It looked like Egyptian cursive hieroglyphs, Chinese characters, and tally marks had a threesome and produced a baby. Well, it looks like I need to put my reading on hold. I wanted to understand the writing first, so that if I ever needed to puzzle something out or otherwise just deal with the letters, I'd be prepared. So I searched through the books until I found what I needed, a guide to the language, which was apparently called Common or Common Imperial. It contained grammar rules, but also an alphabet with pronunciation and spelling instructions. So I scrutinized the letters displayed there and tried to memorize everything. At least this appeared to be an alphabetic language, with a few flourishes that changed how certain letters looked depending on their place in a word and accent marks that relied on the type of word. It didn't take long for me to realize something was weird. Experimentally, I closed the book and tried to recall the alphabet. It was right there in my mind, every letter exactly as the table in the book had portrayed them. Well. I suppose if something else is to mess with my mind, it could be worse. Shutting the book, I looked around for the nearest person to pester. One of the guards stood not far away, an Asian-looking young woman. "Hey," I called. She turned around and bowed. "May I be of service, Your Highness?" "Well," I said, lamely. Did I, perhaps have special cognitive abilities?" Wow, awkward. But the guard seemed to know immediately what I was getting at, her face brightening. "Yes, of course, Your Highness. You are a low-level genius." "A low-level genius?" I rubbed my temple. Were they obsessed enough with levels and stages to rank geniuses? This sounded like it was a thing. Wait, a real genius? Like on Earth, with intelligence, not cultivation talent? I was probably one. My IQ was around 130, so far as I knew. But here? How do you know? It is common knowledge, Your Highness. Your esteemed self was declared so at the age of 10. This was after a demonstration that you had successfully developed a genius memory. Perhaps sensing my skepticism, she continued. Some say that this world is alive, with intentions and agency of its own. That is for wiser masters to debate. But it is known that long-term exposure to chi during development, such as everyone born on this world, can lead to certain benefits. Anyone with the strength of mind and sharpness of wit to count as a genius will develop a perfect memory. However, this does not raise anyone's intelligence as such, and it will really only happen to those who possess enough of it. I whistled. That sounded hard to believe, but then so did everything else about this world. So I made a mental note that my guards were no uneducated brutes and provisionally accepted her explanation. An eidetic memory. I couldn't help but laugh. Look out, world, here I come. This is going to be so much help. Now I'll have a much easier time catching up on learning everything I need about this world. Let's see, history, culture, geography, biology, scientific knowledge, and of course cultivation, and politics. Still feeling a bit giddy, I scanned the shelves for the first book to dive into. If I just needed to read something once, to retain all its information, that was a huge advantage. Hell, any college student would give their left arm for that. I needed to make some plans, once I knew what was available. And remember to go to the training courtyard tomorrow. Maybe I could even run a few simple tests. But for now, I pulled down a children's book. I was going to be busy. 08, I'm responsible, really. The fire spit and flashed, a bright blue flame leaping up as it consumed the remnants of my last experiment. I cursed and dodged backwards. After a moment, it settled down again, although tongues of flame flickered hungrily towards my feet. I think it singed my hair. Sighing, I made darkness chi flow out of my hand, smothering the fire. Then I looked around, a little guiltily. The surrounding bookshelves and their content were fine, but maybe I should really be a little more careful with anything that might be flammable or explosive. Well, it seems chemistry works normally here as well. Not that I'm an expert, but this is conclusive enough even if it's due to my own stupidity. I shook my head and regarded the burned remnants. There wouldn't be any toxic smoke, and the servants would clear it up. Maybe that wasn't good for me from a pedagogical standpoint. Over the last 2 days, I'd done a number of little experiments. The results were simple. Obviously, gravity worked just fine in this world, and so did every other physical law that I could test. I assumed that chi just interacted with them, like magic layered atop reality, and pressing down when it needed to. There were probably theories about that in the books, but as the saying went, seeing is believing. And it comforted me to get at least a little bit done by myself, especially to figure things out. I glared back at the book lying open on the table before me. It had prompted the first of the experiments when I'd read some of the facts contained within. I'd looked at other ones, but the size of this planet was actually not quite clear, since they didn't exactly have satellites and did it like the ancient Greeks. If my rough mental conversion of distances was accurate, and I'd checked it with the records from other transmigrators, even the lower end of the opinions put the world's radius at about 8,000 kilometers. If I remembered correctly, Earth's radius was 6-point-something thousand. That meant the planet was, at a rough estimate, about 1.6 times bigger in terms of surface area alone. Gravity felt exactly the same, although I might not have noticed if it was just slightly higher, but still. Which meant that the planet was either weird and had very low density, or magic was very weird. I went to the window and stared out at the horizon, but I couldn't notice anything odd. Maybe that was just because I didn't have a good mental reference for how it should look. But the whole thing had unsettled me a bit. At least I'd gotten some basic knowledge about recent history and the Empire's society in my reading. Aston cleared his throat gently. I turned around and regarded him. He'd come up just as the test finished, but I wasn't in the mood for conversation. Still, it was probably important. What is it? His Imperial Highness, Prince Larry Alistair, has sent word. He requests the honor of a conversation at the convenience of the Imperial Princess. Oh. Something about the way Aston said that made me think he'd reworded the message to be more polite and formal, but I hoped it hadn't been rude. Then he would have looked stiffer, probably. I suppose I really should meet him. Had I kept the siblings waiting? It was still a little hard to wrap my head around what was probably the mentality here. If one wants to meet a senior, one doesn't just show up at their door or summon them. But if I wanted to meet someone, they'd probably better show up quickly if called or invite me in if I deigned to visit them. Maybe I was wrong, but so far, I had the impression this world was like those in a cultivation novel. Cultivation and spirits. Mostly feudal structure, except for sects, clans, and such, and there was actually a strong central authority. So maybe not so feudal after all. And the technological level was actually pretty high from what I'd seen. I mean, they had elevators and air transport, running water, and artificial lighting. I set off, but paused when I noticed Aston's expression. Something up? You look like there is. Come on, spit it out. The guard sighed. It might be prudent to make yourself presentable first. I doubt the smell of ash is the desired impression to leave. I winced and looked at myself. He was completely right. I hadn't showered or bathed in 2 days, only taken a quick swim in an enclosed pond I'd come across after a training session with Ling Ta. My clothes still looked pristine, probably due to their enchantment, but my enhanced nose could pick up just a slight hint of sweat and of course fire. Okay, then. Let's stop by my room. Thank you. My eidetic memory extended to locations, so I could find my way around easily. It didn't take long to get back to my suite. There, the guards took their stations again, and I rummaged in my wardrobe for a new outfit. I didn't want to appear too formal just for visiting family, so I went with a simple, but nice green robe. Apparently, colors didn't have significance, although many cultivators matched their elements. When I reached the bathroom, just the sight of the pool made me relax a bit. I'd like a shower, but a bath would be nice too, and needed. I started to undress. A few signatures had been moving around in the vicinity, but I didn't pay them any mind. I only really became aware one had stopped close to me when the side door opened. It was disguised as part of the wall, and only the faint outline of chi gave its presence away previously. I started and reflexively held my robe in front of me. My wide-eyed stare met the gaze of a girl, no, two girls around 20, who crowded into the room. They paused when they saw my reaction and bowed, deeply and a little slowly. My mouth went dry at the sight of it. The girls wore only loose clothing, and their décolleté barely covered their generous busts, their motion giving me a good view. They had faces that could make supermodels envious, lithe and well-proportioned bodies, and a glint in their eyes that said they knew exactly what they were doing. I cleared my throat. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" They finally straightened, and the brunette with the cute dimples replied, "We desire to do our job, Your Highness." The one with curly black hair gracefully stepped to the side. "We are servants at the palace, Radiant Princess. Your maids. It will be our pleasure to help you bathe." Her tone was laced with just a hint of teasing. I swallowed. They were really hot, and it had been a while, so I couldn't help my thoughts wandering in a certain direction. But I shut that down. Besides, the thought of having servants bathe me was just weird. "Well, I don't need any help," I said as firmly as I could manage. Then I sighed internally and set down my shield of fabric. I didn't want to appear weak or nervous. The two maids bowed their heads at my declaration, but they didn't leave, instead starting to move with purpose about the room. Though their eyes never left me for long, and the sway in their steps had to be intentional. As quickly as I could, I pulled off my underwear and dove into the pool. This was supposed to be relaxing, I complained to myself. Just when I started to look around after a minute, a bottle of shampoo appeared at the edge. I waited until the maid had retreated a bit before quickly washing my hair with it. Then I dived under again for a bit, just because I could. This didn't have the size of a real swimming pool, but I could move about more than freely. Reluctantly, I surfaced. "Hand me a towel," I said to the room. Quickly, the brunette maid held a fluffy blanket out to me. I climbed out in a flash with my chi-enhanced body and wrapped it around me. Then I dried myself, trying not to make it too obvious I wanted to keep myself covered. When I'd finished, the other maid held out my clothes, the robe open so I only needed to slip into it, then the pants. Well, at least they're clearly professionals. The darker one stood close enough I could see her biting her full lip in detail. The room was damp, and why's that? It wasn't last time? And the fabric of her clothes clung to her. I paused a bit. If the Radiant Princess is in need of relaxation, the maid purred, I would be delighted to be of service. For a moment, I actually considered the offer. I knew they were probably paid employees. But are they required to sleep with me, perhaps under threat of punishment? I can't be sure. And even if this is just prostitution, basically, would I be okay with that? Maybe if I wasn't in the position of the princess, who could probably have them whipped with a word. This just felt like they were either told to do it, trying to seduce the princess for personal gain, or just attracted to power. Maybe some other time. Quickly, I fled the room. Outside, I breathed a covert sigh of relief, then shook my head and tried to clear my thoughts. I couldn't afford to let things like this distract me. I was going to meet my predecessor's little brother. Probably one of those people close to my predecessor. 09, my brother is a cheeky bastard. Aston had to show me the way again, this time to the prince's room. Apparently, he would be having a lesson right now. I paused at a window and realized that it was only about mid-morning. Well, I had slept in the library and only for a bit. Yeah, I really need to establish some healthy routines. Shouldn't I wait until his lesson is finished? Almost his whole day is taken up with lessons, or cultivation, Aston explained patiently. The prince is a diligent young man. And none of his tutors would object. Okay, understood. I guess the Empress has high standards, unless the Empress just leaves it to teachers. I frowned to myself. Calling her by her title felt weird since she was supposed to be my mother. Should I just call her Acura? No, that feels weird and disrespectful. Okay. I'll just use the imperial common word for mother. Far too soon, we arrived at the door. I could sense several presences of mixed strength within. Before I could even take a deep breath, Aston knocked loudly, then opened the door without waiting for a response. He preceded me into the room and took position beside the doorway. As I entered, I took in the scene. The room looked a lot like mine, with the same kind of furniture and decorations. The desk held a central position, and currently bore several textbooks and sheets of paper. 3 soldiers or servants guarded the room, I wasn't sure exactly, and a distinguished-looking older woman, probably in the 4th stage, sat at the desk with the boy. When I entered, everyone rose to their feet or snapped to attention. Alistair half-bowed, and everyone else gave a deeper bow. The boy had light brown hair and blue eyes that would make him a heartthrob in a few years. Actually, he was one of the lightest-skinned people I'd seen in the palace, besides myself. I nodded at the room. After a moment of hesitation, I said, "Hello, Alistair." He didn't try to hide his inspection of me, and frowned a bit. So, they were right. What's that about? I walked closer and glanced at the spectators. Maybe we should talk privately. Alistair nodded and made a shooing motion at the adults. Come on, I'm sure elder sister is more than enough to watch me. They bowed and shuffled out. Aston looked to me, and when I gave him a nod, he withdrew as well. You know about my soul journey, I suppose? The boy snorted. Hard not to. Do you really not remember anything? I wasn't an expert in children, but I could tell he was trying to hide his feelings. It must be like losing his sister, I belatedly realized. Oh, I remember plenty of things, I said and smiled as brightly as possible. Lots of fun ideas from Earth, you'll love them. And I do remember things from here, too. We wouldn't be able to talk otherwise. I don't have any explicit memories of you, but I think I still have the feelings. Don't treat me like a little kid, Nari. He glared at me. You're not that much older. Actually, you probably don't know that, but Mother only declared you an adult when you started your soul journey. I shrugged. That's good to know. And apparently, I had a nickname. Alistair sat down again, so I took a place on an armchair opposite from him. He looked at me again and smirked. Well, if that's the price, I can wait. You really dampened my enthusiasm, you know. I hope I won't come back with my brain full of holes. I had to chuckle at that. You're a cheeky little bastard, aren't you? After a moment, his smirk faded and he gave a real grin. I try. I had a good role model. I returned his smile. I'll take that as a compliment. I am older, though. I'm 22, you know. No, you're not. You only turned 18 a few months ago. If you were 22, your cultivation would be so low you couldn't show your face in the palace. I leaned back and put my head on my hand, getting comfortable. I don't buy that. They told me it was high. You haven't quite reached the late part of the 3rd stage, Nari, Alistair declared. That's good, sure, but it's not outstanding for a genius. Mother was almost at the peak of the 3rd stage when she was your age. I shrugged. I already knew Mother was considered one of the top geniuses of the last few centuries, so that objectively wasn't bad. It did still sting a little, but I tried not to show that. And where are you at, you little know-it-all? I'm almost at the 3rd stage, he stated proudly, then deflated a bit. It'll only take a few more months. But Teacher Ling says I have remarkable talent for the combat arts. And I'll get my genius memory soon. I'm sure you will, I said, for once trying to sound sincerely reassuring. I still didn't quite know what to think of the perfect memory for geniuses, but from the sound of it I'd get an interesting demonstration. It really seemed like I got on well with little Alistair, which was nice. I'd far rather have a good relationship with my siblings than a rivalry, if nothing else, because those could be deadly in cultivation stories. And my siblings would make for valuable allies. So long as they didn't try to scheme for my position, which was another reason a close bond would be good. Have you seen little Anne yet? He wanted to know. She's been asking about you. It's probably a good thing she doesn't really know what a soul journey is yet. No, but I'll visit her soon, I promised. So, good relationship between the two of them, too. Alistair seemed precocious, which didn't surprise me considering his family and the quality of education he must be getting. I was a little more unsure about meeting an 8-year-old, but that was no excuse. And I felt curious, too. Just do it before you attempt a breakthrough. That could take a while, knowing you, and I don't think she wants to see you in the healer's wing. I shook my head. You really are a cheeky little. I paused as something occurred to me. Wait, actually, are we bastards? I suppose so? He scratched his cheek. But we aren't just normal nobility. This is the Lurie clan and our mother is empress. It's her prerogative to marry as many people as she wants, take as many concubines as she wants, and have as many children as she wants. No one cares with whom unless it affects our strength. I guess that's that. And the society can't be sexually repressed if a 12-year-old lectures me on this topic. Although I think he's optimistic saying no one cares. I hesitated for a bit, but Alistair was probably mature enough that I could talk about this. Who is your father, or mine? I didn't read anything about it. There wouldn't be anything to read. He shrugged, frowning. No one's officially recorded, because mother hasn't said. I raised an eyebrow. Is that normal? Sure. No father is recorded for her, too. Although there are rumors. He twirled a bit of hair around his finger. I'm pretty sure Karsten is ours. Though not Xiaodan's. Karsten? Yes. He was mother's closest consort for years. They loved each other, I heard. He shrugged again, but I could see his grimace. Not anymore, though. They had some falling out when I was little. He's left. I wanted to press more, but seeing how Alistair clearly didn't like the topic, I decided to drop it. I could ask other people later. Well, thanks for telling me. I assume you have private tutors? Of course. And he clearly didn't want to get back to his lessons just yet, and was using me as an excuse not to call them back in. But I didn't mind. For the next hour, we talked. About his lessons, his teachers, servants. About nobles and the palace, and about the culture. I regaled him with stories from Earth, both my own experiences and from novels or movies. You're just making this up, he accused me at one point. Then he switched to English. I don't care about the political situation, no one would just ignore that their world is dying. Oh, if only you knew. I shook my head. We continued talking for a bit. His English was actually great, a little halting, but he spoke without an accent. So mother must have taught all of them her language. Interesting. Finally, I sighed and glanced to the door. I think your people are getting impatient. Time for me to let you get back to your lessons. Oh, come on, he pouted. I stood up and tried to ruffle his hair, but he rose in a flash and dodged. It was good to meet you, Alistair. He looked at me for a moment and nodded. When we're in private, you call me Al. I smiled. Of course, Al. See you around. Then I sent out a pulse of chi to let Aston know they could come back in, and started for the door. Before leaving, I turned and looked back one last time. Yes, this should work out nicely. 10. The value of strength. The little princess door wasn't far from Ael's. I probably could have found it on my own, but Aston led me there unerringly. He didn't seem to mind just escorting me around and waiting while I did whatever it was I got up to. The other guards rotated, but he hadn't yet. Although I was grateful for his patience, I wasn't used to being guarded. For a moment, I wondered what motivated him. Status and good pay? A sense of patriotism and duty to his country? I didn't feel I was close enough to him to ask. Maybe my predecessor had been. This time, I paused before entering the room and assessed what I was going to find. I could sense more people this time, although none were as strong as me except for a pair of probably guards I put in the 5th stage. But one of those was waiting outside the door, the other one likely on a balcony, judging from the distance. There were 2 presences in the room along with the one who had to be Xiaodan, the others bustled around in their vicinity. I hadn't felt any threat from Alistair, or had any weird feelings. Maybe that meant nothing, but in light of my predecessor's writing, I noted it. If nothing else, I needed to check Xiaodan, too, see if meeting her might trigger anything. A long shot, but I have little to go on, so trying many different things makes sense. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door. They must have sensed me anyway, since I hadn't tried to veil my presence. I barely had time to see another well-appointed room and a number of servants bowing deeply before my attention was drawn to the little girl. "Big Sister Nari," she exclaimed and jumped up. I stepped further inside, smiling at her enthusiasm. She started in my direction, then paused and instead, with a glance at the stern-faced older woman with her, gave me a bow. "Hello, little one," I replied. Xiaodan looked big for her age, but I didn't have much to compare her to. She had black hair and almond eyes, with skin a bit darker than mine. Certainly more Asian-looking than me, or Alistair, for that matter. Not that I cared. Although, glancing around, I noticed that 3 of the 4 servants visible in the room also looked distinctly as if they were of Asian descent, at least to my earth-based mind. While I stepped closer and caught the girl in a hug, I reflected on that. The people I'd seen in the palace so far all looked as if their ancestors were from East Asia, or white Europeans, or a mixture of both. But that was using Earth categories, and who knew how things stood here? I'd given up wondering why there were even humans on multiple worlds. It was probably caused by those occasional portals or whatever that mother had mentioned. After a moment, I released my new sister and held her at arm's length while I made a show of looking her over. "Yes, you're definitely my little sister," I concluded and winked. Xiaodan giggled. "Xiaodan," the older woman said, "why don't you let Her Highness sit down?" She then turned to me and bowed her head. "If the princess wishes, this one will have some tea prepared." And here I was hoping there would be none of that "this one" stuff. I knew it was supposed to sound humble, even deferential. But to me, it seemed pretentious, talking about yourself in the third person. "Tea sounds good," I answered. Right away, I sensed another servant rushing off. Then I sat down on a plush chair and patted the seat next to it. Xiaodan settled into her place, smiling brightly. But then she stopped and looked at me with a bit of a tremble. "Elder sister, you went on your soul journey?" "Yes, that's right. I did." "You visited another world?" "You were sleeping for so long. You don't know the half of it." "Yes, I went to Earth. It was great. Maybe you'll visit it yourself someday." "That would be nice, wouldn't it? I'm glad to know you missed me." I smiled at her teasingly. "But I'm back now." "And, they say you're different now?" I sighed and looked her in the eyes. "Yes, I am different. I don't want to try and hide this from you. I'm probably not going to be like the older sister you remember. Not quite, at least. But that just means you have new things to discover about me. And you'll always be my little one." She nodded tremulously. "All right. I would never dare stipulate what elder sister should be like." "Hush, none of that now," I chided gently. I laid a hand under her chin and raised it, like they did in novels. "It's perfectly reasonable that you'd be feeling anxious." That earned me another smile, this one a little firmer. "There, you see? No need to make a sad face." I focused on the feeling I got from her. Unless I was mistaken, she had already reached the second stage of cultivation. Actually, that had to be recent. "And I can tell you've made good progress." "Well done, Xiaodan." She blushed and her smile gained a few kilowatts. "Thank you. I want to be as strong as you, big sister Nari." "And you will be, someday. Just hopefully after I've already gotten stronger. Teacher May said you became a genius at age 10. "I don't know if I can do that," she confessed quietly. I glanced at the teacher, who ducked her head. I hadn't known that, but it made sense. And except for Xiaodan being adorable, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about her or what her relationship with her sister might have been like. "I believe in you," I assured Xiaodan. "But even if you don't, that's okay, too. Being fast isn't always good. And we can't control what we're born with, only how we use and develop it. Just keep working hard. The foundation is crucial." I patted her head. I'm already proud of you, and I'm sure Mother is, too. I hadn't thought she could smile any more brightly, but this one could probably count as a technique with the power of light and cuteness. Besides, there are other important things. Not just cultivation or even capability. Strength isn't everything. The girl scrunched up her face a bit. She probably didn't hear that sentiment expressed often. So you just focused on other things since your last breakthrough, and people don't understand when they say you take too long? Is that why Teacher Ling Ta calls you lazy? I choked a bit. Luckily, at that moment the tea arrived and I could dodge the question. 11. The power of getting it. You're early this time, Princess Inaris. I shrugged at Ling Ta. I find myself motivated to improve my cultivation. You could say I was goaded into it. I wasn't so prideful as to pretend that my siblings' words hadn't needled me. Especially Al. My teacher smiled at that. Ah, the enthusiasm of youth. By now, I knew him well enough to detect the sarcasm in his words. It wasn't the tone, which remained completely deadpan, but the slight glint in his eyes. So I didn't answer, and only sat down on a mat in the center of the training courtyard. I glanced around. My guard stood a distance away, as before, and Aston had moved off and was doing warm-up exercises. Could I have some pillars? I didn't raise my voice, as it would be heard anyway. One of the guards bowed. A moment later, earthen pillars shot out of the ground. They took on several forms, from straight cylinders to intricate knotwork and little trees. I nodded in satisfaction. I'd come straight here after visiting my siblings, which meant it was just afternoon. The sun burned down on us, its light flooding the courtyard. That gave me access to a lot of light chi, but the shadows cast by the pillars let me gather some darkness chi as well. Then I closed my eyes and calmed my thoughts. That had gotten more difficult the longer I stayed in this world, thoughts of home trying to invade my private moments, when I didn't distract myself with study or training. But I forced them away and focused on my plan. True to what I'd told Xiaodan, I'd decided that today, I would work on my foundation, not any techniques. I still hadn't quite understood what I already knew. For a while, I simply cultivated, trying to really get into the meditation. I didn't even focus on cycling chi through my body, instead sensing the chi all around me. I could see all of it, in a distant, imperfect way. Only the chi of light and darkness stood out sharply. But as I sunk deeper into my cultivation, I realized there was no real border, no dividing line I could draw. All types of chi were, in the end, one and the same. I had known that before, but now I was reminded of it again. Actually, it reminded me of what little I knew about quantum mechanics. Particles weren't really here or there was only potential. They only took on certain states when you asked them about it, when the universe measured it. It helped to see chi in the same vein. I didn't know how it ultimately related to matter, but it, too, wasn't strictly defined. The closer I looked at chi, the more I came to understand it. I wasn't a physicist, but I found myself intuitively grasping what I sensed in a way that wasn't restricted to magic. I could see how chi interacted with the material world around it, and I could tell how you would define its force as a function of distance. I developed an understanding of how light and darkness chi layered atop pure, affinity-free chi, that was really only an amalgamation of all its potential types. It was never really pure. The affinities present and their strength always restricted its potential, put a limit on what it could be, the distribution of its density, if I wanted to put it that way. After a while, I applied my new understanding and pulled. I gathered chi with the familiar affinity of energy, electromagnetic force, and the notion of brightness and positive things, and breathed it in. I didn't try to keep it to a single path, or control the speed of absorption, I simply let it in. Then I saw the chi with the affinity of absence, of outer space and restrictions, and the idea of shrouding gloom, and drew it in. I cleared it a path, and let it appear where it would. I guided the chi through my body, pushed and pulled it through its pathways, my meridians, and always back to the core. I set its rotation, the chi spinning around each other, always both of them in concert, because they always needed each other to exist. The chi in my core rose and rose, so I pushed down on it. I compacted the chi and stretched my dantian at the same time. Dimly, I sensed a barrier buckling, but it went gently, smoothed out of the way by the rising streams of chi. And always, I breathed new chi in, adding it to the cycle within my body. I didn't stop there. Time had ceased to matter. I simply cultivated, moved my chi, studied it, and added to it. I pushed some of it into my meridians themselves, shoring up their structure, sloshing away microscopic debris. That, I breathed out, before I let new chi flood in. Finally, I came back to myself. I didn't entirely withdraw my attention from the chi, but the sense of it faded into the background, letting me experience my surroundings without drawing my attention to anything specific. After a moment, I opened my eyes. There was no need to blink against the sunlight, instead, I welcomed it. "Well done," I heard my mother's voice from behind me. I stiffened a bit, surprised at her presence. I hadn't sensed her approach, and even after I stopped cultivating, it had snuck up on me. But the calm of my meditation still lingered. Smoothly, I stood up and turned around, bowing to her. Mother wore the same dress she had the last time. The colors of twilight gave the white fabric an orange tint. Beside her, Ling Ta stood, arms crossed. He gave me a nod. "You got into the late part of the third stage." "Well into it, I'd say." I walked closer to them. "Thank you. I don't feel much stronger." Mother eyed me thoughtfully. "I'd say you are, just not in the obvious way." Beside her, my teacher stiffened. He shot her a sideways glance, but didn't comment. I raised an eyebrow at Mother. "Oh?" "I sensed the way you submerged into the chi. There was something odd. A few patterns I haven't quite seen before." Mother cocked her head. "You progressed quite quickly, but your handling of chi changed. Especially the way you drew it in. This is more than a normal moment of enlightenment." I frowned thoughtfully. Somehow, I think I know what she means. I did see chi differently. Still do. Let me try something. I turned around and focused on the closest earthen pillar. Closing my eyes, I sensed the chi around me, focusing on the object. Slowly, I started my breathing pattern. Then I mentally reached out to the chi gathered around and through the pillar. It was strange, heavy, and cumbersome. Unlike light or darkness chi, it didn't yield to my grasp. But I didn't let that stop me. I looked deeper, focusing on the chi, on the way it belonged to the same chi everywhere, only taking on its own distinct flavor. I could see how it related to the chi around it, including the light from the sun and the darkness of the shade it cast. But I dug deeper yet again, until I saw the makeup of earth chi, or at least the chi attached to this part of the earth. Laboriously, I drew it closer, coaxing and prodding it to me. When it arrived, I took it in. My lungs didn't want to accept it, my breath stuttering until I smoothed it out. My meridians hindered it, letting it clog them, their shape bearing down. But I exerted my will and drew it forward, into my dantian. Here, I made my light and darkness move aside, making a bit of room for the earth chi. Outside, someone made noise, but I ignored it. It took constant concentration to maintain the bit of earth chi in my core. I pushed it out, the meridians struggling under the unfamiliar load even more, but I persevered. Finally, it reached my hand, and I pushed it out completely, shaping it into a formless substance around it. When I opened my eyes, my right hand was coated in hardened earth. The stone fist technique. Let's see. It was the only earth technique I knew, a simple one I'd stumbled across in one of the books I'd read. With a light step, I crossed the meters to the nearest pillar. Then I punched it. Stone flew in all directions. I shook some remaining clumps from my hand and flexed it, but I didn't even feel bruised. The pillar had a large crater inside it. I could have done the same just with my enhanced strength, but it had been a bit easier like this. "Well, that settles it," Mother said, coming to a stop beside me. She smiled in obvious satisfaction. "You have a special ability." Ling Ta trailed after her. "Impressive, truly." "You have a blessed daughter, Your Majesty." I couldn't help but grin. "A special ability, huh? I could use an OP cheat." Mother snorted. Don't look so smug. We haven't determined how strong it's going to be yet. I sighed, but nodded in agreement. Well, I don't think it's really about controlling chi. I could use earth chi, but it was a struggle all the way. I don't see that getting better, either. My cultivation just isn't suited to it. That's my assessment as well, Mother agreed. The capacity to manipulate chi not of your affinity is extraordinarily rare and needs experience you lack. I think what you have is an improved understanding. An intuition about the truth of chi, or perhaps abstract concepts. It allows you the understanding necessary to use chi of a particular affinity, even one you have no bond to, but it would need an effort of will to overcome the natural antagonism towards foreign chi. An improved intuition? I asked. Yes. Not only were you able to do this, you knew that you could. That's telling. And it rests on your understanding of what you sensed. So, my superpower is getting it. I chuckled. Honestly, that sounds right. I can't wait to see how it will help me with my studies. But what are these abilities? Mother started walking from the courtyard, and I fell into step beside her. After a moment, she replied in English, for us, it's like a bloodline thing, coupled with our soul journeys. But there are other ways to get such a unique ability. So it's common? No, she chuckled. Far from it. Only a few even among our family have one. When we do, it usually shows up shortly after our soul journey. But don't let it get to your head. Yours is nice, honestly, I'm almost jealous, but you shouldn't overestimate it. I've read of others that are plain unbelievable. Like what? Imagine if your ability extended further. Instead of understanding things, and thus using some foreign chi with strict limitations, someone can simply use it all. They don't have an affinity, because all affinities are theirs, and cultivating any strengthens their control over all. Think about what that could mean in combat. I whistled. Okay, that would be a real cheat. So, my ability is above average, but not at the peak of what's possible? That's a good assessment. She sped up, but I hurried to keep pace with her, staying close. Now that she'd shown up, this was my chance to talk to her. So, what's yours? Mother glanced at me and smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? I pouted. But after she gave no reaction, I dropped it. Just another thing to figure out. I bet it helps her with ruling. So I switched tracks. Are these abilities related to the genius memory thing? She slowed down a bit. Probably. Neither of those is well understood, despite what some scholars claim. And speaking of memory, I think we'll need to see about a change in your status. But that can wait for a bit. Why am I not getting a good feeling about this? But by this point, we'd reached the entrance to the palace. Everyone who passed us scattered and went to their knees. I stopped talking, simply following Mother as she strode along. 12. Some serious conversation, and bad jokes. Do you want something to drink? Mother asked. She sounded relaxed. No, thanks. I looked around the rooftop terrace. She'd taken us straight up here, with a chi-powered elevator tucked away near the palace's side entrance. It offered a great view over the mountains and the areas beyond. I stepped closer to the balustrade and looked down on the city spread out below the palace. Many lights blinked up at me. It spread far, and some buildings towered above their surroundings like skyscrapers, but in the end it couldn't compare to a city like New York. There were more gardens, though, and great care had obviously been taken with the planning. There was a lot of bright paint, decorative statues, and artistic baubles. I'd never seen a more beautiful city, in person or otherwise. So, how far can you see, or sense? I asked. I wasn't surprised she knew about my cultivation, but I was curious. A lot, Mother replied, leaning on the balustrade beside me. Everything in the palace and the city is easy. The surrounding area, too. I nodded, impressed but not surprised. From what I'd read, 8th-stage cultivators might as well be gods in this world. Ling Ta said I need to reach the 8th stage in 100 years. I put my chin on my hand and gazed out at the city. That's quite the deadline you've set. I know, but I do what I must. You might still remain my heir if you don't meet it, if you've impressed me, and the people, enough. And if I don't? She hesitated for a moment, and I turned to look at her. I won't have you eliminated. In fact, I'll do my best to shield you. But this world is not kind to those it deems failures. I snorted. Even on Earth, disgraced royalty had a low life expectancy. Especially a former heir. Yes. It's worse here. I'm sorry. You might be my daughter, but I need to do what's best for my people, and I can't have an unfit heir. I understand. I stared back out at the scenery, not really seeing it. A century sounded like a long time, but it wasn't. Very few people ever reached the peak of cultivation. I had to, and if I didn't, I'd probably be killed. A good thing I have this special ability. I'll need it. And the worst thing is, I can't really blame her. Of course I need to prove myself if I'm to inherit the responsibility for an empire. And it's not like I could resign, I'll always be her firstborn child. I just wish I could go back, I said. Do you want to tell me about your life? Mother asked quietly. When I turned around, she calmly met my gaze, waiting. There isn't much to tell, really. I ran a hand through my hair absently. I was 22, single, just starting my master's in cognitive science. My parents are academics, and I have a younger brother. I reminded myself to use the past tense. It still didn't quite feel real that it was over, but I pushed that thought away and kept talking. I don't know how I died. Probably a traffic accident. I could have had the bad luck of being in a shooting or something, but that seems very unlikely. Plus, I was almost always at home, considering the situation. Here, I paused, a thought occurring to me. Oh, you don't know about that. About what? I shook my head. Are you going to get a shock when I tell you about COVID-19? But maybe later. I didn't want to be insensitive if she was somehow affected. It's not important now. Anyway, what about you? She watched me for a moment, then nodded slightly. I was your average upper-middle-class white woman from the US East Coast. Divorced, no children, a career that was just starting to really take off. Politically interested. I was concerned about climate change, discrimination, and filter bubbles. Yeah, me too. I sighed. I was never politically active, though. Apart from that, I was a bit of a nerd. I love fantasy and science fiction. Hopefully, that will come in handy now. Probably. Mother smiled. I had a casual interest in fantasy books and the like, and now I'm extremely grateful for that. I just wish I remembered more about science and technology. I nodded in agreement, thinking about that. I hadn't made many plans for the future so far, just trying to learn as much as I could about my new world. But now I realized that while that was still the priority, I had some serious thinking to do. Just, not about home. I died from my injuries after a traffic accident, Mother continued. Then I woke up here. I thought back to what I'd read. You were really old for a soul journey, weren't you? It started on my 100th birthday. Most people thought it would never happen. Of course, by that point I was almost at the 8th stage, so biologically I wasn't very old. Then I reached it and my mother died shortly after. Mother stared into space for a moment, then shook her head. I was always going to be empress, but I think I'm doing a good job. I've instituted a few laws to protect the common people. Our equivalent of civil rights. That's great. We fell into a thoughtful silence. I couldn't imagine how things would be like if I did remember my life here, if it was really mine. Probably a lot easier. And now, for the first time, I realized how important a position I'd been given, how much impact I potentially had. It was both exciting and disquieting, because I wasn't sure how I'd live up to my morals here. Since they were going to be rather demanding. But I need to gather information first and plan what my goals are and how I'm going to act. while still progressing my cultivation quickly. Now that you've settled in a little, it's time for you to contribute, Mother finally said. At least a bit, besides your training. Contribute how? Several ways. Most importantly, you need to document what you can. I know you're still reading the records, but you need to start adding to them. Earth is advanced, more than most worlds we know about, and we need your contribution, especially when it comes to scientific understanding. Of course. I'll do what I can. I've been writing some things up already. Shame the perfect memory doesn't cover life on Earth. That would be too easy, Mother said with a light grin. But I'm sure you can help anyway. I'll need it. Hell, I tried to get a computer made for a while, but it didn't work out. Even though I invited some of the best engineers in the country. I scratched my temple, thinking about that. Build a computer. I think that's doable. Not that I know how they're built, but I do know a bit about the concepts. I can at least get people started with some theory, Turing machines, and such. Logic gates. I mean, you could build a computer out of switches. But it's going to need a lot of development, and honestly, I don't know if it's a good idea to make something like that public. I'm going to be very careful. And there's no hurry. Qi-powered technology works just fine for almost everything. That's an interesting thought. I guess Qi-powered magitech just isn't as detailed. Because you can power it easily and make it accomplish effects without really understanding them, so long as the enchanter is good. And I bet it's a pain to mass produce. Not like factory machines could infuse Qi into things. But magitech would be available enough that a technological revolution can't take off. I was ripped from my thoughts when Mother snapped her fingers in front of my face. Earth to Inaris. Well, not Earth. But stop thinking so much. I smiled sheepishly. Sorry. It's considered rude to ignore your mother, you know. Especially when she's your empress. I bowed with a flourish. Please accept this unworthy one's most sincere apologies, Your Majesty. Mother chuckled. No, I don't. Now straighten up. I did, secretly relieved she took all of this in good humor. Even though I felt like I knew her, I didn't really, after all. How do people handle this? I blurted out. In the clan. The whole transmigration. When your loved ones could just come back changed, and you yourself lived two lives. She didn't answer for a long moment. Then she turned around and started manipulating some of the Qi around us while she answered. It differs a lot. Actually, I'm surprised you haven't talked to any of them yet. Most seek out each other's companionship and help. Of course, they remember something of their lives, and thus their loved ones. There's already a bond and trust, which probably helps. You're really unlucky in that regard. I watched her in silence for a moment. She spun several threads of light Qi at once in an intricate pattern that I could have no hope of matching, interspersed with a few dark threads. Then she started drawing runic characters with threads of light. Finally, she sighed and continued. Many in the clan have their kids basically raised by servants. That way, it doesn't hurt so much if they're the unlucky ones who don't remember much, or if the values of their old lives are too prominent. That wasn't really an option for me. The children themselves typically aren't told much for a long time. And before you say anything, Al is an exception. I closed my mouth on the question I'd just been about to ask. Finally, she finished her work. A screen of light solidified, then split into several ones, hovering at the right level to be easily readable. Pictures started appearing on them, then moving. Wow. You've made screens and cameras? Mother smiled. It's only a technique, I haven't quite managed to put it into permanent objects. But here, look. She focused on what I realized was a viewpoint showing the castle from above. Then she panned it around, zooming out to show me where we stood in relation to the city. After that, she zoomed back in, until the camera's view passed through a window that glittered with enchantments, and into a library tucked away in a tower. There, she sought a heavy leather-bound book. Then the screen flickered for a moment before written pages were displayed on it. Obviously, their content. Fascinated, I leaned closer. The pages were obviously handwritten. Actually, there were a variety of languages and alphabets, often accompanied by common imperial text. Some of our more sensitive records, Mother explained. Then she snapped her fingers and the screen vanished. The rest of them still hovered around, showing various locations or following people, but I couldn't get a good look. What would you call a surveillance system using only pinhole cameras without film, Nari? Epic fail. Mother laughed at that, longer than I thought it really deserved. Thanks, I needed that, she finally said. Some of the ideas brought back by members of our family are, as you can see, a little impractical. I get that. I guess in this world, sufficiently advanced technology is easily distinguishable from magic. One works. Mother chuckled again. I thought you liked technology? Sure, but I love science. It's true whether or not you believe in it. I just hope magic doesn't require belief, or I'll be stuck in an endless feedback loop, trying to reason about what I believe in. If that happens, please use a time machine. How long are you going to crack jokes? A while. I smiled and gestured around. Forcing humor was a good way to deal with sadness. Or pressure, like the threat of probable death for failure. Any well-known quote or meme from Earth is now an in-joke for us. Maybe that's what they call mimetic mutation. Ours are the quotes. Mother groaned. Just stop. Then she shook her head and smiled. Well, at least you're not as bad as Al saying winter is coming out of context. Like on the spring equinox. I grinned. Well, I hope you replied with you know nothing. Maybe if you're there, from now on I will. 13. Tests and reactions. I knew I'd find you here. You're predictable, Nari. I looked up, frowning in annoyance. Al simply grinned and sauntered further into the room. He let his eyes wander over the bookshelves until they came to rest on the volume laid on the single table that was crammed into the corner of the room. This was the first chance I'd had to check out the location and records Mother had mentioned. So far, I wasn't too impressed. Sure, I could see why they were kept separately with restricted access and chi-based security measures. Some of the ideas and concepts in the records were potentially dangerous. Like the existence of nuclear weapons, penciled in by Mother in neat handwriting. But there wasn't much that I either didn't know or couldn't guess at. Or would agree with, when it came to ideology. Are you supposed to be here? I asked curtly. Well, I'm not supposed to read anything, but your guards let me in. Are you sure I can't borrow a few pages? No, I searched for my place on my current page and started reading again. It had taken me embarrassingly long to realize Mother had shown me her technique on purpose, knowing that I would remember it perfectly. I hadn't been able to recreate it yet, but I would manage a simpler version with some tinkering. That didn't mean the records were unimportant, or that I'd let a kid read them. Wow, you're grumpy today, Al commented. He leaned over my shoulder, trying to get a peek. Sighing, I clapped the book closed and turned around. The enchantments on the book should protect them from being read by anyone unauthorized, but there was no point taking the chance. My gaze flicked around the room. It was pretty small and cramped, but it had a swivel chair that more than made up for the slightly neglected surroundings. Do you have a point, Al? He backed off a little and leaned against the nearest bookshelf. I heard some interesting news. The reason you're so sociable right now, probably. Although I really don't get it. Shouldn't you be happy? You're a high-level genius. He crossed his arms. So, tell me. I didn't want to talk about my recent conversation with Mother, or the way the weight of expectations pressed down on me. He already knew I had to reach the 8th stage quickly. But there was another reason I felt frustrated today. I shrugged. I just came from hours of dealing with a gaggle of scholars Mother sent without telling me. A few were actually from the clan. They didn't even try to hide that they were testing me. Lots of puzzles like from IQ tests, and endless debates about philosophy and math and logic and even freaking agriculture. But they really only cared about seeing my unique ability. That much was obvious from their reaction. So, you used chi of another affinity? I allowed myself a small grin. I conjured a little whirlwind that scattered all their papers and instruments around. It took them a while to get it all sorted, and I got them to apologize for wasting the imperial princess time. Al returned my grin. Shame I couldn't see that. I leaned back and shook my head. Maybe I am a bad influence. Nonsense. Besides, there's going to be a big announcement today. People will be shocked. Bet you'll like that. You'll have to tell me about it. I'm not going. His eyes widened and he straightened up. Really? But you can't just not be there. Does Mother know that? I turned away, looking out the window. I think she understands. After a moment, Al sighed. Fine. But you can't hide forever, you know. Of course I won't. Just as long as I reasonably can. He left soon after that, and I turned back to my reading. But my heart wasn't really in it at the moment. So I decided to go back to my room and relax a bit. This morning, I'd made a marvelous discovery that I was still kicking myself about not seeing sooner. Namely, showers. There actually was one in my bathroom, a water chi-infused crystal set into the ceiling in a corner. I'd had to create a shield of darkness chi to act as a curtain, but it had really lifted my spirits. Until the scholars got me. At least the maids had left me alone. I'd seen them around, but managed to avoid them. And my cultivation had gone fantastically. Somehow, lost in thought, my feet found their way to the family library instead of my room. I ran a hand through my hair and decided I might as well go in. I had some new things to research, after all. I glanced at the guards still following me around. With this announcement, I'd become much higher profile. I'd have liked to demand they leave me alone, but if assassination might be a real threat, that would be stupid. And there was that note, and the possibility of someone intending me harm. Aston, how much danger am I in? He cocked his head just slightly. Danger can never be discounted, but I assure you, Your Highness, your guards are up to the task of protecting you. Okay, let me put this another way. How many assassination attempts have there been on me in my life? 6. I exhaled and headed into the library. That's not good news. I guess I'm lucky it's not higher, but they aren't likely to stop, are they? This made the decision on what to research next clear. With my new ability, I could use pretty much any technique recorded here. At a high cost, sure, but still. And my perfect memory meant I only had to read the instructions once to retain all the information. Hopefully, my ability also meant I wouldn't need much practice. I'll look at many of them, especially those that can help protect me if I'm in danger, but I won't need to try them all. Just having some potential options might make the difference. So, I made a beeline for technique books, only giving a short glance to the chi-infused information storage, rows of jade slips and crystal. They might be quicker, but I was leery of having information somehow automatically transferred to my mind. From what I'd read, my family agreed, as a general principle. It was harder to keep that information separate. Especially for techniques that you might want to adapt to your specific style, there would be problems. So, I opened an interesting-looking book with symbols for air and darkness on the cover. Hopefully, I'd find a technique that let me breath anywhere. Idly, I considered what I'd need next. Physical protection and healing. Communication and stealth I already have or can get with my main affinities. Maybe resistance to the elements. My focus sharpened as I noticed the kind of technique I'd been looking for, and I started to immerse myself in the manual. 14. Way to put pressure on someone. Well, this is a little underwhelming. I frowned. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with the wall of water standing unsupported in front of me, held upright by magic. I poked it, and except for my finger getting wet, nothing changed. But it had taken me ages to take in the water chi from around the training courtyard and use it to form this wall. And there might not have been a lake nearby, but it had rained earlier, and the air still felt damp, with rivulets of water running down the short walls. I cut my connection to the chi, and quickly stepped back to avoid getting splashed as it crashed down. Water is not well suited to defensive arts, Aston replied. He looked as unruffled as always, not a hair out of place even though we'd been up for over 24 hours already. To be fair, I didn't feel tired either. That would take some getting used to. Cultivators could use their chi to go without food or sleep for weeks, even longer at his level. Generally, I still tried to keep a healthy routine, eating regularly and sleeping at least a few hours a day. I'm not that pressed for time, I told myself again. And familiar activities are comforting. So it's not a waste. And, at least, I hadn't had any foreboding dreams. I usually remembered my dreams, that hadn't changed, and they were only as weird as usual. I'd been here for more than a week at this point. A week since I'd died on Earth. Any other possibility was getting less and less likely, and I tried not to delude myself. Increasingly, even throwing myself into studying and training couldn't keep me distracted from dark thoughts. The feeling of unreality that had been wrapped around me like a barrier was breaking down. I shook my head to rid myself of these musings and focused back on Aston. I still don't know what your affinity is, I told him. He kept his presence veiled, so I had some idea of his strength, but details eluded me. It's perfectly suitable for my task, Princess Inaris. I snorted. I could just order him to tell me, but that felt petty. Let him be mysterious if he wants, I'll find out soon enough. I'm honestly surprised at your presence, I admitted. 6th-stage cultivators aren't exactly weak or common. Wouldn't you accomplish more with a different assignment, rather than following me around? I mean, at least here. Mother isn't going to let an assassin succeed. That realization had dampened my uncertainty a lot. I'd researched all of those assassination attempts, and they'd all happened when either I or Mother was away, or she was in secluded cultivation. A light affinity 8th-stage cultivator just would have seen something like that coming a mile away. With all due respect, I believe you do not realize your importance. Importance? Is that why I need to have crazy progress in cultivation? I folded my arms. I know I'm the crown princess, but Mother has at least 1,000 years in her, and I'm not even at the 4th stage yet. So please, explain. Aston regarded me for a moment before he replied. As you wish. I will be blunt. You are not just an heir to the throne, Your Highness, you're the heir. You're a high-level genius, a cultivator with remarkable strength for your age and enormous potential. You're the only real option. Your siblings are too young and haven't proven their strength, and their potential doesn't equal yours. Damn it, way to put pressure on someone, Aston. I sighed. There was enough pressure just from Mother's deadline. That explains something, at least. I guess I underestimated this situation. There's really no one else? What about other scions of the family? Unfortunately, Her Majesty has no other close kin. I believe the closest are second cousins too old to be realistic options. Oh, right. I remembered what I'd read. Grandmother had no other children, right? He waved his hand. In fact, she did, but they died long before the war, along with her husband. So she refused to remarry or have other kids. I nodded. I'd read about how our dynasty came to power, 200 years ago. Not long by the standards of this world. The previous one had declined, and when the old emperor died without a suitable heir, civil war ensued. Before the war, the Lurie clan had been a prominent noble family. My grandmother, their head, was a rare late bloomer in terms of cultivation. She reached the highest stages late, the 8th at the start of the unrest. She was already old, and she couldn't reverse or even halt aging, just slow it down. But why didn't she have other children earlier? Or why change her mind after all? I believe she intended her nephew to succeed her, but he died in the last year of the war. Then his daughter was murdered by poison several decades later. I grimaced. So, eventually, she had a daughter after all. Mother must have been under so much pressure. And that's why there aren't many possible heirs now. I paused, frowning. Didn't the old emperor have children? He did. Aston's face tightened. 2 of them died in childhood. 2 of them died to assassins. The intended heir suffered humiliation after losing to a noble scion of a lower stage. He was disgraced, sent into exile, and ultimately killed at the start of the war. His successor only reached the 6th stage before her father's death. She married into the Wei clan, which dominated at the start of the war, to prop up their pretense to the throne, and was executed afterwards. His other progeny were weak, and joined other clans or were executed. I whistled, feeling a cold shiver tracing down my back. No wonder rulers here have several partners, if their children die like flies. Sounds like imperial children live dangerously. That's why you're here. Indeed, Your Highness. Killing you would destabilize the empire. And that's why I'm a target, I concluded. For hostile foreign powers, or just nobles who want to weaken the crown. I shook my head. There's got to be a better way of doing this. I mean, I'm not saying I'm unfit, but there's too many risks in that system. Even if I was a fan of monarchy, that would be concerning. Aston frowned a little, obviously put off by my words, but trying not to show it. The system has worked for millennia. In this world, strength and familial bonds are crucial. Yeah, I don't really see that being good for a culture. Maybe you would, he snapped, if you stopped hiding in your tower and went out into the world. I had an angry retort on my lips when Aston paled a bit and dropped to a knee, bowing his head. Forgive me. That disrespect was deplorable. I have no excuse. No, no. I gesticulated quickly. I value honesty. I want you to criticize me. Please, get up. I'd sort of gotten used to people bowing and even kneeling, but those were strangers. Seeing that from Aston was extremely awkward. Luckily, he stood up again quickly, nodding his head. He still looked shamefaced, not an expression that fit the collected guard captain at all. At that moment, a bit of dust was kicked up by the arrival of another powerful presence. I recognized Ling Ta before I turned to meet him. I notice you stopped training, Your Highness. Would you like some advice? I smiled at his timely interruption. That had to be intentional. Actually, I was finished doing techniques. But I did have a question. Of course. What exactly is meant by the peak of a particular stage? And do you need to reach it to advance to the next one? It means the highest strength possible for that cultivator within that stage. Improving his cultivation any further without ascending to the next stage is impossible. Except for reaching forward into the next stage with taking a half step onto it. You do not need to reach it to break through, although most do. And lingering too long is often taken as a sign that someone will advance no further. So, I could break through now. Teacher frowned. Possibly, but I have to advise you that a failed attempt will have grievous consequences. I shrugged at that, unimpressed. The last few days, cultivation had felt so easy that progress just happened by itself. I'd done in days what took others months. I knew it was the after-effects of my soul journey and discovery of my special ability. Most transmigrators got a short boost from the experiences and enlightenment they brought from their world. Maybe it was arrogance, but I felt ready and itching to tackle the breakthrough. Besides, if some of it was the need to submerge myself into deep meditation, to suppress my feelings and clear my head by diving into the chi, no one needed to know. So I sat down in the lotus position and closed my eyes. It was hard to get settled at first. The conversation had brought thoughts of my own family, my real family, back on Earth. I'd tried to push it down, but now that I was free of distractions, the tension returned. I wonder how they're doing. Have Mom and Dad held a funeral? I don't care if I'm buried in the church graveyard anymore. Are they still sorting through my things? Is Felix studying for his exams? Taking a deep breath, I tried to quiet those thoughts. They wouldn't do me any good. Instead, I concentrated on my breath. In, out. In, out. Slowly, I expanded my awareness to cover the chi in my surroundings. Distantly, I noted that the others had given me space, but I didn't let that interrupt my focus. The noon sun shone down brightly, giving me lots of life-giving chi, and the scattered pillars cast shadows to balance it. I dove down, deeper, until I could see the chi again the way I had before. Until I could see it layered over everything, a formless mass of potential, different states, and different ideas combined into a whole. Then I dove down even deeper. I reached until I could see something that might have been a single unit of chi, or maybe just my imagination. Trying to peer any deeper strained my senses, like trying to look at something too far away to make out the details. And from there, I widened my perception, trying not to lose depth. Slowly, I started gathering chi into myself. It went quickly, willingly almost, its absorption as natural as breathing without it. I circulated my chi, compacting it to make room for more. I infused some into my meridians, some into the structure of my core. At first, I alternated between light and dark, pushing until my core couldn't take any more. Then, I adjusted. I pulled in both light chi and darkness chi, not quite simultaneously, but close enough that I could send them together. I swirled them around and pressed them into my core, into my body. Finally, I stopped my circulation, letting all the chi in my meridians flow into my dantian. It strained, and I compacted the chi, squeezing and pressing with all of my willpower. And all the while, I kept breathing, kept taking in new chi. I condensed the chi until it made my core crack, then I let it go, exploding through my body again. The violent flow sent stabs of pain through me, but I was too far immersed to care. I just kept cultivating. Then I did it again, and again, until my core was barely held together as one mass, making the process even harder. I couldn't stop now if I wanted to. So I didn't. Instead, I pushed all my chi together, drawing in more in great breaths, hammering down on my core. Until it expanded, the invisible barrier surrounding it buckling, and it formed anew. I kept cultivating, sending the surge of chi through my meridians, strengthening them, opening new ones and washing out the impurities blocking them, and filling up my core again. And still, I breathed in chi. I cultivated until my expanded core settled. 15. The worst thing about dying. When I emerged from my cultivation, the first thing I noticed was the sunlight. It shone just as strong as before, even though I dimly noted its passing. The sun stood at the exact same spot it had occupied before. Sighing, I shook my arms out and got to my feet. The pain had almost faded, but I still felt strange. My senses were heightened even further, until I could almost smell the scent of the mountains beyond the walls. My hearing could pick up the buzzing of an insect one courtyard over, but when I stopped focusing on it, the sound faded into the background of my awareness. At least there's no sensory overload. How does this work? But the greatest change came to my sense of chi. It felt far clearer, my range had more than doubled, and my sense of the guard's presence was far more detailed. I guess I can cross option 2 out. No failure here. This time, no one came to bother me, so I took a moment to adjust to the changes before I turned around. Slowly, because my thoughts were still hushed from the meditation. The courtyard looked the same, but subtly different, with some of the guards replaced and a few mats rearranged. Aston stood guard further in, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture stiff enough for a parade. I walked over, rolling my shoulders and testing the new lightness of my body. Again, I glanced at the sky. How long has it been? Only a day. Your Highness was quick. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the feeling was quickly shaken. Looking around, Ling Ta was nowhere to be seen, and neither was anyone but the guards. But Aston still stood the same way, gaze fixed straight ahead. I'm sorry if I was insensitive earlier, I began. Your Highness, there's no need to apologize. I shook my head. Well, at least he looked me in the eyes now. Yes, there is. There probably will be a lot in the future, knowing myself. Beg your pardon? I sighed, glancing away. After a while, I forced myself to meet his gaze again. Come on, you know your rules. Self-reflecting and articulation with people close to you. I'm not a particularly social or empathetic person, Aston. But I like logical thinking, to analyze and debate things. Sometimes, when I'm stressed, I forget that not everyone is okay with treating some things that way. I see. I smiled wistfully. I needed a good relationship with Aston, but maybe the meditation was still influencing me. Once, I got halfway into a lecture about why the afterlife is a fabrication to strengthen in-group behavior and ties and rule adherence before I noticed my little brother was struggling to hold back tears. Apparently, his best friend's dog had just died. I see. I'd stopped seeing my surroundings and favor gazing into my life, my real life. Now I was the one blinking back tears. Do you know what the worst thing about dying is? I couldn't begin to guess. He took half a step closer, then seemed to think better of it, stilling to listen to me. It's not losing access to the internet, although honestly, that's a serious contender. It's not never knowing how my favorite series will end, let alone the lives of people I know. It's not even never seeing my family again. It's not? I think I could learn to deal with it if I knew they were safe and happy. The problem is that for them, I'm dead. Aston did step closer now, laying a hand on my shoulder. I'm so sorry, Ainaris. I'm sure your family here will come to fill the hole in your heart if you give them time. I turned away and rolled my eyes, but I didn't throw off his hand. You don't get it, do you? He didn't reply, and the silence lingered for a second. I finally turned my head back again, meeting his gaze. The thing is that I feel guilty for harming them, making them feel grief. Not to be egotistical, but I'm sure they love me. And it's not something I can fix. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head and finally stepped away from him. Well, talking about it helped. Hopefully. Let's just go. I need a hot bath and a warm bed. So we started walking. It was only then that I noticed he'd erected a shell of chi around us, probably to keep sound in. I felt a little better as I walked through its dispersing remains, but I didn't know how to communicate my gratitude. The other guards fell in around me. Now that I could focus again, I noticed the usual noise of the fortress around us, people walking on the gravel pathways in the surrounding courtyards. None were close, luckily enough. Maybe they'd marked off the courtyard for my breakthrough. Just as I was about to leave, a speck of light dropped from the sky. After a moment, I realized it was a chi construct in the form of a small bird, one that started hovering in front of me. Hesitantly, I reached out my hand. As soon as it reached my fingers, it transformed into a card made of light, black letters standing out sharply. It took me a moment to recognize Mother's handwriting from the records. Congrats, youngling. There's going to be another announcement. This time, you'll attend. I groaned at the bad attempt at humor. Then I groaned at the order. Bad news? Aston asked. I flicked my hand to send the construct of light chi over to him and watched him read it. Then I shrugged. I suppose my closed season is over. At least a bit. He didn't reply to that, which was probably the most diplomatic response, considering. I set off, my mood shifted yet again. At least now I have something more tangible to worry about. Progress, yay? We started ascending the path to the palace again. The note didn't specify the time, but I'd venture a guess that it was going to be tonight. Someone would know. Aston looked far too pleased about this, even if he tried not to let it show. Whatever. I'm still going to have my bath first. Maybe a nap and a nice meal. Then I can worry about this. I'd barely sat down when the noise died and the session of court began. Luckily, not the full court. The Great Hall was, well, great, but I could clearly make out that only half of the positions were filled. That probably made sense. Me reaching the fourth stage wasn't as big news as being a high-level genius, since it simply happened earlier than expected. The people in the hall were almost all richly dressed and occupied a number of balconies as well as the floor. I knew most were government officials, nobles, sect heads, or the like. There were spaces reserved for anyone who wanted to watch, but most of the commoners there I put as rich merchants based on their attire. A few wore plainer clothes. Others might think those were curious people from the city wandering up to take a look, but I'd bet on professional reporters. A herald stepped forward on the dais and a gong was struck to signal the start of a proclamation. Mother sat on her throne, a golden monstrosity encrusted with gems, impassively staring ahead. I guess she doesn't read out her own decrees. I didn't have a good view from where I sat on the dais, to the right of the throne. Mother had the only chair in the room, but I sat on a wide cushion, and it was actually elevated, hovering above the floor, so it didn't matter much. Aston stood immobile behind me, and my skin tingled from all the chi barriers and unidentifiable things surrounding us. While the herald unrolled his elaborate scroll, I turned my attention back to the courtiers. Most veiled their aura, bringing everyone allegedly to the fourth realm. Must be protocol. I could still sense that they were higher level, probably some 7th stagers among them. Maybe even a few in the 8th stage. If they're not showing it, I probably wouldn't know. The proclamation concerned a new law Mother decreed. I couldn't follow the details, but it dealt with land ownership, taxes, and such. Sounded pretty mundane. By the expressions a few of the nobles sported, they didn't think it was harmless. To them, at least. But for most, I was pretty sure they only showed polite interest. I'd asked a few questions beforehand. Apparently, Mother didn't do court much. She almost never dispensed justice, there were courts of law for that. Anyone who merited an audience would get one more privately in an audience chamber. Holding court was mostly for holidays and ceremonies, occasional decrees and announcements. I guess she just doesn't like it. Well, I sympathize. Finally, the herald stopped reading and rolled his scroll up again. There was some scattered applause from the throng, but it didn't last long. Then, another herald stepped forward and started reading from another scroll. This time, it was a list of names and achievements. Citations for exemplary service. One by one, soldiers in shiny, decorated armor stepped forward and knelt to the throne. Then they received colored ribbons that must constitute medals from a gray beard I vaguely recognized as the highest-ranked general and de facto minister of war. At first, I watched attentively, but after a while, they blurred together. I stifled a sigh. Don't let them see your boredom, Nari. I started, just managing not to look around wildly. The voice had sounded from so close to me it was actually inside my skull. What the hell? Is this telepathy? Concentrate on responding and use your chi. I took a deep breath. Now I definitely recognized Mother's voice, although she sounded weirder than normal. Carefully, I grasped for a trickle of chi and focused on sending a thought in her direction. Hello world. Oh, you're such a nerd. A mental chuckle accompanied the words. This is telepathy? You're in my mind? And all the while, I carefully tried to factor increasingly higher numbers in my thoughts, pushing down my unease. Don't worry, I can't read your mind, only what you send back intentionally. Everyone gets some limited telepathy on reaching the 7th stage. Well, for spirits it's innate, and spirit beasts usually develop it at the same time they gain sentience. I breathed an internal sigh of relief and focused again. Of course I couldn't be sure she was telling the truth, but what else could I do? Keep trying not to think important thoughts forever. I really need to search the library for this. Maybe ask a few people. Why are you telling me this now? You're not the only one getting bored. I managed not to smile. Then I glanced around, but no one seemed to have noticed our exchange. At least they didn't look at me more than before. Suppressing a sigh, I plucked at my sleeve before making myself stop. I wore a white dress bedecked with pearls and a few gemstones, a little ostentatious, but it could be worse. A few servants had styled my hair and applied a bit of makeup, so I actually looked quite good. There's no reason to feel self-conscious. Besides, half of these people look like they're trying to literally outshine each other. I'm classy. For a while, we continued watching the ceremony together, idly commenting on the visitors. Slowly, that tapered off into a comfortable silence. Actually, I have a question, I finally sent, the sight of the nobles reminding me of something. I hesitated a bit, then plunged in. Who is my father? A moment's silence, then, you don't need a father. I glanced at Mother. She'd turned back to face strictly forward, but I could see the set of her jaw. Her tone had been final, brusque. Obviously, there'd be no further discussion. Had I offended her? She's right, I suppose. I don't need a father. She's more than capable of raising kids alone, with servants and everything. But I'd like to know. I calmed myself. Sorry, just asking. She didn't reply, and we spent a few more minutes watching the award ceremony in silence that had become tense. Finally, it finished, the general stepping back. An expectant hush fell over the room once again. The silence deepened even more when Mother stood from her throne and took a step forward in one graceful movement. I couldn't see her face clearly because of the bad angle, but I'd guess she smiled, just a bit. The last item on today's agenda is an imperial announcement, the herald declared. Then he bowed and backed away. Mother let the silence linger for another second before she started talking. My loyal subjects and dear guests, I am pleased to inform you of another piece of fortune that has come to our family and thus the Empire of the Sky. Again, it concerns my daughter Inaris. This is where you stand up. I did so as lightly as I could, which wasn't easy since I'd been sitting cross-legged on an elevated surface, and bowed my head to her. My firstborn, the imperial princess, heir apparent to the throne, blessed of the spirits, lady of earth and sky, princess of Ilamabidu, has again shown her strength and worthiness. As is only natural for a precious high-level genius like her, with the blood of the imperial dynasty flowing through her veins. She broke through to the 4th stage of cultivation, the blue stage, just a scarce few months after her 18th birthday. There is surely no need to expound on how remarkable an achievement that is, so I shall not. With that, she sat down again. Then, apparently, the gathered elite realized the announcement was over, and started cheering. They put on a good show, clapping and laughing, and a few even took out glasses of what had to be alcohol seemingly from the air to make toasts. The herald stepped forward again, and another gong sound echoed through the hall. The session is hereby closed. You are welcome to stay and celebrate. Well, at least I'd managed to sit down on time. Now, I looked out over the nobles, a little baffled. They didn't seem surprised, instead mingling and starting to converse. A lot of them still looked at me, and by the intensity of their body language, this was clearly a weighty revelation. Or good gossip. I noticed a few of them hesitantly stepping closer. When others started to do the same, they quickened their pace. My heart started sinking. Oh, crap. They're not coming to congratulate me, are they? Can I make an exit? Suddenly, everyone stopped. Mother's aura had strengthened a bit, and she looked over the gathering with increased presence. Private congratulations are not needed, she declared. You may express your admiration here, now. I breathed a covert sigh of relief. The nobles stopped talking and turned to face us again. Then, they bowed, like a very quick human wave. Or most of them did. A few people remained standing. Some of them just looked at me calmly, a few turned away or even sneered. A cold shiver went down my spine, and I tried not to let my reaction show. From what I could discern, Mother's expression remained serene, but the hand on her armrest whitened. Probably just a few malcontents. Or arrogance, maybe. Inaris was a kid, so they haven't had much of an heir apparent in a while. Maybe some just don't want to bow to someone younger and weaker than them. I guess it's a problem either way. I exhaled and asked Aston with my eyes if it was okay to go now. He nodded slightly. So I unfolded myself from my seat. Well, on the plus side, Mother can't be much of a tyrant if they're willing to disrespect her openly. On the SOSO side, her power isn't as absolute as it might seem if they get away with it. And on the minus side, I'd better look at defenses again. Just as I was about to turn away, I paused. Something had been scratching at the corners of my mind for a bit. Frowning, I looked out over the gathered people again. Then, I finally noticed what I'd overlooked. Some of them weren't quite human. They had small animal ears or horns hidden in their hair, a scaly pattern in their hands, or actual crystal eyes. A dozen in total, maybe 2. Most of them stood next to humans, but a few probably came alone. I could kick myself. Anywhere else, I would have actually face-bombed. As it was, I only strode from the room. As soon as the doors closed behind us, I whirled on Aston. Those people. With the horns and stuff. Are those actual non-humans? Aston barely raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It appears they are all quite strong spirit beasts in their human form. I grinned, then started walking, already shoving the announcement to the back of my mind. This was huge. Where are we going? Don't know, I actually need to talk to Mother. I shrugged and decided a quick detour to the library would suffice. Is there something I should be aware of, Princess? Actual non-human intelligences. If the books are right. Why didn't I realize this before? Aston, this calls for study. 16. Am I unnerving people? I'd been so focused on taking notes that I jumped when someone tapped me on the shoulder. A quick check with my senses for chi showed it was nothing to be alarmed about, so I just brushed them off. Don't interrupt me. Later, we're almost finished. Shouldn't you introduce this intrepid young man, Princess? The orange-furred great ape said. I blinked and set down my pen. Sighing, I glanced at Al, who'd retreated a few steps. Not that I could really blame him, the great spirit beast was 3 meters tall and in the equivalent of the 6th stage. Alistair, this is Hori Kror, the Thousand Lights ape. Elder, may I introduce Prince Lurie Alistair, my little brother, the rascal. The two of them bowed to each other, deeply and with solemn faces. Then they exchanged polite greetings that I didn't pay attention to because I could at least finish my sentence. I hate having incomplete data, I complained to no one in particular. And we were almost done, too. I apologize for the disturbance, elder sister. What were you doing? A semi-structured interview, I explained, proudly holding up the 2 pages of paper I'd used as a reference. I developed it myself. So far, it's worked pretty well. Although I might need to make some adjustments, but for now I must keep to the same method, obviously. Al glanced around, skepticism written on his face. So, you've been interviewing all these spirit beasts? I looked around as well, smiling. We stood in a large courtyard that Mother had graciously provided for my experiments. Some spirit beasts lay around sunning themselves, like a great white cat with blue wings who'd been a little difficult, or a harpy-like woman with ice on her limbs that turned out surprisingly cheerful. Some had transformed into their human forms and wandered off into the palace. Some had just wandered off anyway. I wasn't worried, though the guards might get a workout. Well, I haven't done this with everyone yet, I admitted. But I have conducted other studies. Well, tests, at least. Not like I can publish a research paper and get peer-reviewed. Or get any meaningful feedback and input, really. But at least there's some literature on the topic. Al looked at the stack of books on the table. I see. The rest are in my spatial ring. I glanced down at the chi-infused gray ring on my right hand. The runes would have been too small to make out for a normal person. I'd finally taken this treasure from my vault when I realized I needed to prepare for my research. There are a number of things they don't cover, though, I continued. They make assumptions, miss things that wouldn't occur to someone from here. And cognitive science isn't a thing here, sadly. So I just do what I can with simple methods that work without computers. I'll bent down to pick up a sign. Why are there colors written on here? And why are they colored wrong? Oh, the Stroop test. I sighed. That one gave me a lot of grief. Try to say the words colors out loud, it's harder than you'd think. Even if the letters are in red, if there's blue written there, your impulse will be to say blue. So your executive functions are needed and they'll probably activate your anterior cingulate cortex, which I can't measure here. I trailed off and cleared my throat. Anyway. It's a test. If this Hori Kror may ask, Princess Inaris, why did it give you grief? I thought the test was quite interesting and went well. I scratched at my cheek. Well, differences in color perception. Normal animals, at least those who aren't primates, are actually colorblind. Basically, they can't see red. That apparently gets adjusted for most spirit beasts, but not all, and when it happens is pretty variable. So it's been a pain to figure out and my sample might just be too biased anyway. I'll carefully put the sign down and wiped his hands. I think I understood most of that. And this is why Mother put out a call for volunteers and spends so many resources? Because you want to conduct strange tests with them? I frowned. Hey, it's for science. Understanding how cognition develops and works, and differences between humans and other sapients, could have so many benefits. Least of all facilitating cross-species understanding. Al snorted. If you say so. I still figured you would have asked for a more useful reward. Oh, damn. Is Mother just helping me as a reward for reaching the 4th stage so quickly? Al had explained how we got stuff. Overall, we received pretty much the same amount of resources as a scion from a powerful noble family. Anything mundane would just be procured by servants. For more expensive and valuable things, like medicinal pills to help cultivation, there was a sort of budget. Anything really worth it had to be approved by Mother. Basically, it encouraged us to work hard to earn rewards. Actually a good system. I think I'd do the same in her place. You'd want your kids to be provided for and want for nothing, and keep up with others, but at the same time, they can't just have everything handed to them. I looked down at my spatial ring again. It was quite high quality and had been such a reward. I could have gotten some awesome weapon for my recent achievements. Oh, well. This is worth it. This is worth more to me than any trinket, I declared. Al nodded. Well, I can see how the chance to learn from elder spirit beasts is nothing to scoff at. I scratched my cheek again, looking back at my notes. Wait. You haven't asked them about cultivation at all, have you? I've been preoccupied, I protested weakly. Why didn't I even think of that? It sounds so self-evident now that he's mentioned it. We do not share our secrets so easily, young ones, the great ape rumbled. The agreement was to help scholarly pursuits. Al bowed an apology, then he turned back to me. Anyway, I suggest you take a break. I sighed. Honestly, I had been neglecting other concerns too much. All right, I said. It was a pleasure to work with you, Elder. Excuse us. Then I stuffed the rest of my things into the spatial ring. It was really handy, pun totally intended, and went with Al. As soon as we left the courtyard, guards trailing behind, my little brother slapped me on the shoulder. Seriously, Nari, don't do things like that. Most of the spirit beasts will be gone soon anyway. I swatted his hand aside. I'd had a good variety of beasts, both those who gained intelligence as they grew in power and gained enlightenment, and a few from races that were naturally intelligent. But none of them was that rare. I'd find new participants. Well, I suppose I've done enough for a first pass, I allowed. People are getting worried, Nari. Ling Ta tried to talk to you a few times, but your guard blocked him. Did you even know that? Oh, that's not good. I suppose he's concerned because I've been neglecting my cultivation practice? Al snorted. More than neglecting. Have you even started mastering your domain yet? I stopped and held out my hand. With an effort of will, a dark shadow sprinkled with a few stars shot out of it. It rushed forward and spread out until it enveloped a few square meters. It reached out to Al, a dark wave tousling his hair as it parted around him. Then I pulled it back in an instant later. Sure, I said. It's not your typical domain. I don't have the reach or strength of someone with a focused externalized domain, but mine will be really difficult to get rid of. And I can mix darkness and light pretty well. I appreciate the versatility. Like this, everyone will see it coming a mile away, and it takes you too long to establish it. Al shrugged. But I guess it is a nice one. We started walking again. Instead of talking, I was busy mentally reviewing what I'd learned and what I'd need to do now. It was really about time to put some more practice in regarding cultivation and sparring, and I'd neglected my self-made study plan, too. I still needed to learn more about this world. Honestly, I've gotten a little sidetracked. I need to make sure that doesn't happen again. I can't afford to lose momentum with my cultivation. I guess I need to be more aware of the planning fallacy, too. Soon, we reached the main building complex. The path sported more people, and the hallways after the entrance even more so. All of them made way and bowed to us. But the look sent my way had changed. I wasn't sure exactly what they expressed. But it probably has something to do with the powerful spirit beasts running around in the castle, duh. They must be wondering what I'm up to. Word of what you've been doing has leaked, elder sister, Al commented quietly. People have been bewildered. Oh, am I unnerving people? Sorry. I hunched my shoulders a little. He gave me an unimpressed look. I'm taking you to mother. What? I held up a hand at his look. Not that I object, but why did she send you instead of someone else? Or just a message? I went on my own. And I know she wants to talk to you. Well, maybe he was a good choice to pull me away from my work. A bit underhanded, trying to guilt-trip me for not seeing my brother. Not like I have room to complain, though. The rest of the way, we walked in silence. I could tell Al was nervous. He walked quickly, but without the usual bounce in his step, and his fingers toyed with his sleeves. Occasionally, he would glance at the people we passed and return their greetings with a nod, but not all of them. I wasn't any better. So far, Mother hadn't taken me to task yet, but I had a feeling I was in for a reprimand. Maybe she'd take away her help with the spirit beasts or order me to focus on my cultivation. Maybe she'd even command me to start participating in politics, attending meetings, or visiting the government departments. While I knew that would be reasonable, I didn't want to. After a few minutes, Alistair stopped in front of a door. He'd led me to the central part of the palace, where tapestries and statues adorned the hallways, and even the doors bore gold leaf decorations. Aston and 2 other guards took up station beside it. Before we could knock, Mother's voice called from behind the door, Ainaries, come in. Alistair, I'll overlook you skipping out on your lessons this time, but get back to them now. Alistair took a step back, grimacing. Fine. Good luck, Nari. With that, he turned and hurried away. I opened the door without knocking and entered. The room beyond appeared to be a meeting room, dominated by a big table with several chairs. A few shelves and desks lined the walls, but no bodyguards this time. At the head of the table sat Mother, and beside her another woman in dark gray robes with a slightly lined face. When I entered, I bowed deeply to Mother. She didn't react, but the other woman greeted me by kowtowing on the plush carpet. The whole time, her serene expression didn't change. I guessed she was in the 5th or 6th stage, but couldn't tell for sure due to her skill in veiling her aura. Take a seat, Ainaries, Mother said. It's good to see you, now that you've shown your face again. I pulled out a chair. Hello, Mother. I'm sorry if I was too reclusive. This is the head of my personal intelligence service, Luri Kariva. Mother gestured to the woman with one hand. You should make sure to maintain a good relationship. I raised an eyebrow. I knew the Empire had an official intelligence service mostly attached to the Foreign Office. The Empress' personal agents must be more focused on the palace and the nobles. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance again, Luminous Princess, the Spymaster, or Spy Mistress. That sounds stupid, greeted me in a quiet voice. Likewise, I'm pleased to meet you, Cousin Kariva, I replied. Since I didn't know what world she would be from, it would be safer to stick to this world's etiquette. I'm sure we will work together well. I scrutinized her quickly. On Earth, I'd put her in her 40s, but here, she had to be at least 200. I'll need to pay close attention to her. She might be the key to investigating the old note. Or a threat. Thank you, my lady. I will endeavor to be of use. We eyed each other for a while longer before Mother broke the tension by clearing her throat. I hope you at least gained something. A lot. Spirit beasts are fascinating. Their cognition is remarkably similar to humans, but there are differences, and their development really makes me wonder. There's a lot more to be discovered, and I can't wait to study them further. Mother raised a hand to stop me. Ainaries. We have to talk about your mad scientist tendencies. I chuckled. Okay. Just don't expect me to make you superweapons. If I'm a mad scientist, then I'm still a scientist, not a mad engineer. Real science doesn't need to build things. Mother grinned. Such a shame. There went my hidden agenda. We shared a laugh, but quickly sobered up. Kariva's face was a mask, but I wondered if she was surprised to hear our banter. I'd be surprised if Mother let loose often. Anyway, Inaris, Mother continued, fixing me with a hard stare. I'm serious about this. You're a princess, not a researcher. I nod in resignation. I know. Let me guess, you think I've been neglecting my cultivation? No. I think you've been hiding, Mother corrected, tapping her hand on the table. There's only so much you can learn from books. You need to see the world and experience the culture, not shut yourself away in the library. I grimaced. You have a point. I know books aren't everything. But I don't feel ready to really step into the old Inari's shoes, in the eyes of the world. I'm not even sure if I'm really her or not. Well, you'd better change that quickly. I'm tired of waiting for you to grow a sense of adventure. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. I'll start going out into the city and attending a few gatherings. Mother snorted and motioned to her agent, who tossed a folder onto the table. I leaned forward. A few sheafs of paper held together with a rough binding. The title was written in blocky script. The Carmine Cloud Sect? What is this, a parody? I've decided that a more cold-water approach is needed. My heart sank. You're sending me to a sect? How does that even work? I mean, I'm the imperial princess. What if I embarrass myself, and you? Mother smirked. I suggest you don't attempt to find out. And I'm perfectly aware of your status. You'll be protected, and the sect will make special allowances. This is a perfect opportunity to introduce you to the world and culture in a somewhat controlled environment, while also teaching you about cultivation. I leaned back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. Why can't I just go on a tour of the empire instead? Enough whining. It's decided. Mother shrugged. If you want, you can go on a tour later, but you need a challenge. All right, you heartless tyrant, I muttered under my breath, aware that she could hear me. You're pushing it, Nari. Mother's tone hardened. Now, pay attention. Kariva and I have carefully considered which sect to put you in. Kariva cleared her throat and started her report. I opened the folder and browsed the information contained within while I listened. This had really come out of left field, but I forced myself to pay attention to her description of the sect and what they would do. I hoped this wouldn't take long. Still, a part of me was excited to see my first sect. 17, Cowdows and Commoners. It was time to go, but first I had to pry away the little girl clinging to me. I tried to be gentle, conscious of the stares on us. The outside of one of the palace's side entrances didn't burst with people, but guards crowded it, as well as a few people who had come to see me off. Meaning my siblings. Be safe out there, big sister, the 8-year-old said, looking up at me with wide eyes that would melt anyone's heart. Of course I will, don't worry. I patted her head again. I'll be back soon, Xiaodan. I hope. She gave me a nod, but she didn't look convinced. I suppressed a sigh at the situation. At this rate, the poor girl's going to have abandonment issues. With that, I turned to Alistair. Before he could try to evade, I caught him in a hug. Take care of yourself, Al. You too, sister. When we let go, there was no hint of mischief in his expression for once. Finally, I squared my shoulders and set off, not looking back at the palace. A small procession formed around me. There hadn't been a big announcement, and we were using side paths, but the guards all looked immaculate, walking in formation with their uniforms in order. From the palace, we headed for an extension that lay at an angle to it roughly in the direction of the city. An enclosed space with a dock that extended into the river and rows of cranes and warehouses filled one side. Set apart a little, there was a large open yard, lined with more warehouses, stables, and even stone-paved courtyards inscribed with runic formations. The guards led me to this side. I looked around at the people bustling about. This had to be the palace's main transport hub, with goods and people coming in from all over the empire. I stared at the airships, some grounded and others bobbing on anchors, all of them in creative shapes and shining with chi. Then a roar directed my gaze to the closest stable, where huge spirit beasts munched on some sort of hay. "Aston, why don't people just use spatial items?" I asked quietly. "Those are expensive, Your Highness, at least those with any capacity. Besides, one would still need to transport them. Spirit beasts can carry a lot of weight and fly themselves." That made sense. Plus, there was probably an industry of transporting people, too, and living things didn't do well with spatial magic, from what I'd heard. Our conversation ended when we reached my transport. It was an airship, built out of wood that blazed with chi, and decorated with many carvings, gold inlay, and colorful fabrics. I'd seen pictures of traditional models, back when the Empire of the Sky was still mostly famous for its tamed flying beasts and air travel. This looked retro, I supposed. I'd already taken a few steps when I paused and looked back. Of the guards going into the airship and waiting on me, only half sported familiar faces, all of them in the fifth realm. Strangers that were at least as strong accompanied them. Aston hadn't moved. "I apologize, Princess Inaris," he said when I turned back and bowed. "I will not be accompanying you, as I have been sent on another assignment." For a moment, I just stared at him. But why not? It is not my place to question Her Majesty's orders, but I assure you she has good reasons. Rest assured, my place will be taken by a cultivator better suited to the task. I frowned. The way he said that gave me a suspicion. That other cultivator is more powerful than you, then? So, is this an issue of rank? I guess it would be awkward if he remained in command while a higher-ranking soldier joined the team, but they couldn't very well downgrade him. Aston smiled a little. "As always, your mind proves sharp, Your Highness. I wish you good luck." With that, he got on one knee, giving me a formal salute. Then he stood and left. Sighing, I entered the airship, looking for a good place amid the luxury. I couldn't muster much excitement for the journey. The lack of all familiar people only heightened my anxiousness. I spent most of the trip on the top deck, looking out through a large window at the landscape, and thinking. They'd barely given me enough time to pack, and I felt unbalanced by the sudden change. I hadn't even gotten laid in the time I'd spent at the palace. I snorted at myself. That was one thing I had intended to do. But I had more important concerns. Like the fact I'd have to contend against disciples who'd spent all their life learning to fight. Even a single loss to someone who wasn't stronger than me could damage my reputation, and that of the imperial family. Mother had really set me a challenge. The airship made good time, and soon we were passing from the plains bisected by the river into hills that quickly grew steeper. I would have expected the sect to have its seat in the mountains of the imperial homelands. It was an old one, like most air and sky-focused ones, but apparently, they'd moved at some point, a few hundred kilometers to the edge of the central plains. Finally, the airship lost altitude. I leaned forward and squinted through the window. We headed down next to a big stone enclosure, near a path that led to a settlement further down. Beyond the wall, I could see the tops of forested mountains, though they weren't big enough to sport glaciers or rocky peaks. But there were a few colorful tents set up near the entrance in a grid, with uniformed people bustling around. I could make out the imperial phoenix and the Luri dynasty's colors, silver and blue. When I came down to the open ground floor of the airship, I paused. A group of people in uniforms, that still looked like cultivators' robes, waited for me. They were all powerful. A few other guards converged on my back and sides. I stepped forward carefully, evaluating the soldiers. One of them stood in front of the rest, a woman that looked younger than most of them, with black hair and a sharp face. Her aura was banked, but not hidden, and I'd guess she had reached the beginning of the 7th stage. When I came to a halt in front of them, she dropped to her knees, then the floor, performing a formal kowtow. The rest copied her. "Please rise," I hurried to say. They stood gracefully. "Your Highness, Imperial Princess," the woman greeted me. "This Sanhashar has been entrusted with ensuring your protection among the Carmine Cloud sect. With these soldiers, no assassin or other threat will come near you. That's good to hear, Xianxia, I replied. Should I address her with a military rank? But which one? Let's discuss things while we walk. It felt weird being guarded by people other than Aston and his team, although a few of my old guards remained. I noticed Kay Wariga and Lurda Ven, a man and woman in the late 5th stage. At least I'd learned all of my regular guards' names. I should probably do the same with the new ones. Xianxia explained their arrangements while we walked up to the sect's compound. Apparently, they'd supplement the sect's normal security measures with guards patrolling on the outside as well as some watching me on the inside. Those would probably not follow me around, but they were high level enough that they'd be able to detect any threat and arrive in a matter of moments to deal with it. If I understood her correctly, she also implied that they'd keep themselves hidden for the most part, which was just as well. Throughout the explanation, my new minder remained stiff and formal. I couldn't help but think she resented being sent to babysit me, being in the 7th stage and all, and covered it with politeness. She probably has a point. Does Mother have a reason to use an entire elite unit for guarding me, beyond the usual? The sect's gate stood open and led us onto a wide path lined with artfully curated bushes. It soon terminated at a cluster of buildings. There were a number of carriages parked close to the path, and I could see a small crowd of people. Nervously, I smoothed down my robe. I still wore the one I'd conducted my research in, but it was enchanted for self-cleaning and self-repair, so I didn't feel too shabby. I never thought I'd actually want school uniforms, but in this setting they'd be helpful. It didn't take long until we were noticed. Well, the soldiers didn't make for an inconspicuous entrance. But before we even came close to the central building, probably an administrative center, my eyes were drawn to a man flying in above. He wore blue and white robes, had a topknot, and felt like the 6th stage. I didn't even feel an impact in the ground when he touched down in front of us. Your Highness, I bid you welcome to the Carmine Cloud sect. He bowed. I am Elder Zune. It is my responsibility to see our new arrivals settled in. Of course, the Imperial Princess will not need to be processed like a normal disciple. I inclined my head. It's a pleasure to meet you, honored Elder. I would not want to impose on the Elder and the sect on my first day. I intend to join the group and let you return to your duties. The Elder looked at me for a moment, before he bowed lightly again. As you wish, then. With a swirl of air, he was off again. I started walking, then paused after a few steps. Xianxia, I believe it is best I proceed alone now. The soldier quirked an eyebrow. Are you quite sure, Your Highness? Yes. My tone was firm. I do not need soldiers babysitting my every step. I am quite capable of handling myself against new disciples if it comes to that. Besides, it's not as if you could not be at my side in less than a second if need be. For a moment, our gazes held, then she bowed her head with a slight smile curling her lips. A moment later, her presence was gone. I exhaled and continued walking. Did I just earn a bit of respect? Still, I couldn't just join the group of new disciples. Some of them had seen the soldiers escorting me, and their gazes would have been enough to clue the rest in that something was off. As I approached, the people in my way, both disciples and assorted servants or whoever had brought them here, made way for me. It took a moment until I realized the looks were probably due to my strength. I hadn't tried to hide my cultivation, and being at the 4th stage at such an age would make me stand out anyway. From the looks of it, most new disciples were in their late teens, and I could barely pass for 20 given my appearance. Trying not to frown, I pulled my aura in a little. Not enough to truly hide it, since I didn't want to deceive anyone, but a casual observer shouldn't be able to tell now. The Elder made his appearance and led the group off a little way from the central building. While we gathered around, I still stood a little apart from the others. Some were already huddled in groups. The Elder proceeded to welcome everyone to the sect. I paid attention with one ear, but I'd heard better speeches from high school presentations. His was long-winded and flowery, packed full of references to various heroes I didn't recognize, and he didn't engage his audience at all. I stifled a yawn towards the end. After a while of poetically heaping praises on the sect, the elder finally passed out some goodies. Apparently, one was a jade slip containing the sect's foundational art, the other a crystal drop housing a small storage space that included a few pills and mundane goods. I inspected mine closely. About half a cubic meter of space. My own storage ring contained 50 cubic meters, in the form of a 5 by 5 by 2 meter room. I may have underestimated its worth. Now, follow me, he commanded, and we shuffled off again. I made my way through the group until I was closer to the front, glancing around. Everyone eyed each other warily. This brought back memories of the first day at a new school, except that strong and bloody competition would be expected. Yeah, this is going to be worse than your typical high school. Most of them were dark-haired. I spotted only one fellow blonde in the crowd of 30 or so. Their clothing varied, although most of it was clean and decorated, with people even wearing jewelry. A few kids looked a bit rough around the edges, though, maybe the obligatory commoner scholarship students. The path quickly took us to a cluster of houses. Unlike the medieval Chinese dwellings I'd expected, these looked more like modern apartment blocks, if those had highly symmetrical hedge and flower gardens around them. This is the domicile of new outer disciples, the elder said. For the first 4 months, you will be bound to stay there. You will take care of your own accommodation. Get settled in now. The first lesson starts at dawn. With a dramatic swirl of his robes, the elder turned and flickered away. Well, then. I cycled a bit of chi into my legs and dodged around people so I'd be one of the first ones through the door. I assumed we'd fight each other for better rooms. I could challenge someone, but I'd rather just pick my spot in peace, and hope they would back off. There were only 2 floors in this building. Judging from the quality and spacing of the doors, the rooms got better the farther in the other direction you went. I hurried up the stairs at that side to find the pattern continued. At the end of the room, there was a bit of space before 5 doors with more ornate frames and carved handles dominated the hallway. When I focused on my chi senses, I could make out a hidden stairwell behind the wall off to one side. The stairs contained slight traces of chi that were probably only visible to students you'd consider very perceptive. At least, from what I could sense, only one of the prestigious suites was claimed already. Really, I'd prefer to just take a room somewhere in the middle and ignore the whole thing. But my slight taste of anonymity couldn't last long, and as the princess, I needed to keep face. Oh well, not like I object to having a nicer place. So I opened the door in the middle and inspected my new domicile. A small suite with an attached bathroom and a set-apart space for cultivation or training. It was furnished with a nice, but not particularly special bed, divan, desk, and chairs. If it wasn't for the mob outside, I'd probably feel more at home here than in my luxurious, servant-infested rooms at the palace. I sat on the mat they'd laid on the floor and started a light meditation, trying to calm my nerves. The chi flowing around the place was at least good, since the afternoon sun shone through the large window and the secluded niche threw some deep shadows. Slowly, I settled, until I became aware of the hostile presence approaching. My eyes flew open, and I stood and opened the door just in time. My eyes flickered over the group, assessing their threat. One teenage boy in my face, a few other people lingering behind him. Nothing too worrying, yes? I inquired, slowly lifting an eyebrow and not bothering to hide my inspection. The teenager scowled. His pants and shirt were dark, of a simple cut, and I could see where someone had mended a few holes. His hair couldn't have seen a comb in days. He was good-looking, if you liked teenage boys. By his aura, I'd guess somewhere in the early to middle 3rd stage. Considering he couldn't be older than 19, that was actually impressive. I've come for your room, he declared. Be a good little lady and hand it over, unless you think you can take me. Really? Are you seriously trying to challenge me? Nobles, he spat. I think it's time for you to learn some humility, Sparkles. Here, people don't have to bow to your fancy looks. I shrugged, trying to hide the way my heart started racing at the prospect of a fight. Fine. Not being an idiot, I'd started drawing in chi as soon as I saw him. Now, I released it, a spear of shadow forming in my hand to strike at the boy. He dodged to the side, creating some distance. Immediately, he fell into a fighting stance. The next second, a rock came flying at me. I conjured some shadow armor to absorb the hit, gritting my teeth at the impact. I needed to limit my strength to the third stage, because people would be watching and know of my strength later. I had to show that I could beat him fairly even if I didn't need to. At least both of us were careful of the surroundings. The next attack was quickly followed by the boy himself, fist flying. This time, it was my turn to dodge. I spun away and slashed at his side with a dagger of darkness, but a cloak of fire ignited around him and repelled the attack. The next instant, I formed a spike of shadow under him. The boy jumped to clear it. I was already there to meet his landing, a flash igniting in my hand. Just at the moment of impact, he faltered for a moment. I took advantage, throwing him to the ground with a well-placed foot and push. He threw dust into my face, but I closed my eyes and powered through, letting the shadows in the corridor lengthen into chains to hold him down. He burned them off, but it gave me enough time to pin him down, enveloping his fire with more darkness. Then I summoned a dagger from my ring and leveled it at his face, crushing another rock in my left hand before he could finish it. "Do I need to start drawing blood?" I asked. He turned his face away. I yielded. I stood and backed away, giving him space to stand up. He was probably untrained, even the little bit of martial arts I remembered from Earth or learned in Ling Ta's sessions a match for his experience. I felt a bit of tension flowing out of me at the realization that the old Inari's reflexes still gave me an advantage. "Don't bother me again," I warned him. Then I paused before continuing, "and I'd advise you to choose your opponents better. Even if you don't know who I am, I'm clearly stronger than you." He gave me another glare, before taking off with his entourage. Shrugging, I went back into my room and resumed my meditative pose. So, a spunky commoner. In most stories, I'd probably end up recruiting him, but screw that. He challenged a fourth stager who didn't really hide it, probably just for being a noble. He's an idiot. I hate idiots. But I had a feeling the rest of the disciples were going to be more of a challenge. 18, Sect Life, Take 1. It was uncomfortable suddenly being alone. Reminded me too much of my transmigration, the last time I'd entered a new environment by myself. And I'd just started to establish rapport with my new family and associates. This time I knew I'd see them again, but I wouldn't meet people that I subconsciously knew already. As a consequence, I slept badly, tossing and turning for most of the night. In the morning, the new outer disciples of the sect gathered outside, plus myself, who wasn't really one, but whatever. I wore an even more sparkly robe, blue and embroidered with a few pearls, and decorated with gold thread. It wasn't quite the most richly decorated clothing I could see, but that was fine. I'd rather come off as lofty and refined than gaudy. I'd also omitted makeup, because screw that. My necklace and rings were all chi-imbued talismans. When the sun rose halfway across the horizon, the elder showed up. He led us to a large open courtyard not far away. Along the way, we passed other disciples going about their business, sending curious glances at the newcomers. There were a number of building complexes spread over the area, interspersed with landscaping, gardens, and training areas. A few looked like workshops for various crafts. When the elder stopped, I found myself again at the edge of the pack. Everyone gave me enough space. I would have stood out in the crowd even without the rich clothing or barely veiled presence of someone in the fourth stage. Most of them were in the second. Various other people lingered farther away, watching. Some of them had to be elders. Is it arrogance to think they're here for me? "Today, your new lives begin, disciples," Elder Zun proclaimed. "From this day on, this sect will be your home, your master, and your life. The Carmine Cloud sect will raise you to share in its greatness and legendary tradition. You are truly fortunate to have been granted this chance." He paused and the disciples began polite cheering. I just crossed my arms and waited. A few others, like the boy from yesterday, didn't react either. "However, your group is especially fortunate to join us this year, disciples," he continued. Uh-oh. At this time, we are graced by the presence of a particularly honored guest. A few people looked to me, and I mentally marked them as quick on the uptake. The Carmine Cloud sect is proud to host Her Highness, Luminous Princess Luri Inaris, blessed of the spirits, Lady of Earth and Sky, heir of our beloved Empress, Her Majesty Luri Acura. Not only is she a high-level genius, a heaven-sent talent few ever receive, but she has ascended to the blue stage. At the age of 18, that makes her one of the youngest people in recorded history to attain this stage, as even the youngest was only 17. With a flourish, he gestured to me and bowed deeply. The other disciples backed away even further now, most of them bowing or performing other signs of obeisance. I hid a sigh and kept my expression serene. It didn't look like I could avoid it, so I stepped forward until I faced the group of disciples. I inclined my head in a half-bow towards the elder. "Thank you for the welcome, Elder Zune." "I am glad to be here," I lied. "This great sect will surely teach me many things." I paused and let my eyes sweep over the disciples. I needed to establish some ground rules if I didn't want to end up like a lady in some of the stories I'd read. "I expect you all not to let my presence affect you and the usual proceedings of the sect too much. I am not looking for lackeys, and unasked for gifts or attempts at ingratiation will only earn my disapproval. That is all." I stepped back, my face set in a cold mask. None of the disciples met my gaze now, and they'd all backed away a bit further. Crap, maybe that came off too strongly. I'm supposed to be a sheltered girl. No one here should know about my soul journey. I'd read that soul journeys constituted a family secret which few others were privy to, except for a number of rumors floating around. I needed to act like an 18-year-old. Granted, I wasn't much older, mentally, but I couldn't help but think of the new disciples as kids. The elder looked a little disconcerted, but he rallied quickly. "Of course, Princess Inaris, none of our disciples would think of bothering you unduly. Now, let's continue." I kept listening as he explained a few proceedings. This time, the elder actually transmitted information without much elaboration. We were told how to get to important locations and given the most important rules of the sect. Then he talked about the lesson plan. Basic lessons were provided to every disciple, more advanced ones had to be earned. There would be a tournament at the end of the year. Good luck getting me to attend that. Hopefully, I'll be back at the palace by then. If not, I'll just vanish for the week. Cultivation is the art of refining oneself to the peak of one's potential, the elder concluded. Whether that's at the orange or blue stage or reaching the black. Having been welcomed into our sect, you can be assured that your potential is high, but you will also be expected to live up to it. We do not tolerate apathy. Remember that. It took me a moment to parse his references. There were many ways to refer to cultivation stages, although my family preferred to just use the numbers. The black stage was the 8th, the real peak of cultivation, that few people ever achieved. While I ambled away from the courtyard, I couldn't help a shiver as I reflected on his words. Everyone expected me to reach the 8th stage, even without taking into account Mother's deadline. If I didn't grow into a proper heir, I'd fail my clan, maybe the empire. So what if my talent would be noted in the history books? I'd be either a failure, most likely a dead one, or a ruler. No wonder everyone treated me as a special case. I shook my head to rid myself of the angst and focused on the question of what to do now. The first few lessons were basic introductions to cultivation that I didn't need. But a few others interested me, especially the crafts I hadn't paid much attention to before. Peel refining and formation arrays. Might as well go check them out. A few minutes later, I found myself at a combination workshop and library dedicated to formations. It looked nice. Here, I could settle down for a bit, go through the books and watch other disciples in action. It looked like there were impromptu lessons from senior disciples or elders sometimes. So I found a seat, grabbed a primer, and started studying. It made sense, and yet didn't. More than once, I wandered over to the work area for a closer look at how things looked in action. Most of it seemed to be etching runes into objects. The news about my identity must have spread, because no one objected to me looking over their shoulder. Actually, I had a sneaking suspicion they failed more often than usual. This should work, Your Highness. The disciple I was watching wrung his hands. A simple chi gathering array never fails under excessive input, it just stops gathering. Maybe it's that scratch there, I suggested, pointing to one rune. Pretty sure that shouldn't be here. Looks like that might even turn the rune from a do this if to a hard break, since it looks like a false dot. The disciple, a boy of maybe 20 with soot stains on his robe, dabbed at his forehead with his sleeve and bowed to me. Thank you. What an embarrassing mistake. Happens to everyone. I gave him a smile and returned to my chair, going over what I'd seen. This was like programming, just worse. There were thousands of runes. I'd made a good start on learning the most important ones. When I could memorize them just by reading the table, that was easy. Thank you, genius memory. You spoil me too much. This is such a cheat. So far, I hadn't found much of a theoretical framework behind their arts. Certainly nothing approaching treatments on computability or complexity. Although they knew some concepts. I'd found runes that were analogues of elementary logical operators like and, or. They even had some simple loops in the more complex formations I'd found in the books. Basic, do this 5 times stuff. So far, I hadn't found anything I recognized as recursion or even real functions, though. I closed my last book and leaned back in my chair, stretching a bit. This is probably a good thing. I have stuff to work with, but I also have a decided advantage with my knowledge from Earth. Knowledge I can use if I work at it a bit. With my unique ability, I can treat this as a hobby and still make significant use of it. Hey, maybe Mother is going to get that computer after all. Well, I still needed to figure out the magical part. Infusing chi into formation arrays, both stationary and inscribed on artifacts, was a skill that had to be learned like any other. Even if it was designed to be powered by ambient chi, the setup could be tricky. And I'd always been better with theory than working with my hands. From the tidbits I'd gotten, I'd probably be better off not even looking at alchemy. For now. So, I scrounged up some wooden plates, paints, and brushes for my first attempt. At least the sect had a store of common and beginner's materials and gear, so I didn't have to rob anyone. Apparently, they were supposed to be loaned out based on ranking or something, but no one stopped me. I settled down on a table at the far side and tried my hand at formations for the first time. An hour later, I held up my second attempt, scrutinizing it. Well, the good news is I'm more dexterous in this body. Not that that's saying much. But my special ability has trouble with physical stuff, I think. Carefully, I fed some light chi into the formation, watching as it burned up. In this case, that was a good thing. The wood burned so hotly the center of the flame turned blue, and it was gone within a few minutes. This kind of thing would be good for alchemy, providing a consistent heat source. Discount Bunsen burner, pretty much. Maybe I'm starting too many fires. I'd try gravity adjustments, but those aren't beginner formations. I set my tools down and cracked my neck. When I looked around, all the disciples in the room hurriedly busied themselves with whatever they were doing before. I snorted. As if I wasn't aware of their whispers. A part of me wanted someone brave enough to just approach me. But then, that would probably be some arrogant young master. At least I was used to being on my own. A glance out the window showed the sun beginning to set, so I rose and tidied up my space. I should check out some of the sparring or combat training options, or at least cultivate a bit. When I stepped outside the building, I was surprised by the emptiness of the surroundings. Well, the sect did cover a big area, and most of the people I'd seen before must have been loitering to watch the new meet. My memory meant I wouldn't have a problem finding my way around, at least. I set off. I didn't retrace my steps, but decided to try and cut straight through to the dormitories, exploring a little more of the sect in the process. It went pretty well. I ended up in a small village of sorts, little houses crowded together. They had to house the older disciples. It was almost empty, except for a group of girls in front of me. I slowed down a bit. I was walking in a side street since I'd arrived at an angle, and it was narrow enough they blocked the way. That shouldn't be a problem, except they hadn't seen me yet. And the scene was telling, a group of 3 girls crowding another one. The probable victim carried a bag with a few books peeking out, and was trying to pick up tools that littered the ground. As I watched, one of the aggressors took a step closer, stepping almost on top of a chi-infused brush. For a moment, I hesitated. This had nothing to do with me, they were too focused to notice my presence, and I didn't want to make enemies I didn't even know. But I quickly squashed my hesitation and moved on. The girl was almost certainly a victim of bullying, and the ethical choice obvious. "Excuse me." The girls started. All of them were in the 3rd stage, and wore the gray armbands of outer disciples. They turned to face me. "You're blocking the way," I said mildly. "Why don't you pack up this obvious accident so we can all go about our business? I applaud your generosity in helping your sect sister, but this is a bit of a crowd." The 3 girls, all of them with more enchantments on their persons than their victim, didn't look happy. I doubted they recognized me. But they couldn't really contradict a senior of a higher stage, so they helped gather up the spilled tools. It took less than a minute. "Great," I said with all the cheer I could muster. "Would you walk with me for a bit, junior disciple? That has the look of an old tome, and I'm quite curious about spatial enchantments." The girl I'd just rescued, or hoped I had, scurried past her bullies and joined me as I walked on. She was a little homely, but her clothes didn't look cheap, despite her relative lack of talismans. Probably a lower noble or wealthy merchant's daughter. I might have thought she'd cheer up, but she looked terrified, didn't even glance at me. It seemed I'd been made. "Of course, where did you find those books, Junior?" I asked. "In the library, honored senior," she replied, obviously latching on to the cue I'd handed her. I was granted access to the 3rd floor of the common hall. "I see. And they cover teleportation?" "Yes, honored senior. Translocation of objects along short distances only." She still didn't look at me, but her jaw was clenched and the words came out stiffly. I resisted the temptation to roll my eyes. "Well, I won't keep you. Good luck with your pursuits." "And to you, honored senior." We'd just reached the edge of the housing area, and parted ways here. She gave me a bow, before hurrying away at a sharp angle. Shrugging, I decided to continue towards my own room. This was a good reminder not to expect gratitude just because you saved someone from bullies. But I'd met the demands of my excuse for a conscience, so I didn't really care. I needed to cultivate. Maybe it was time to focus on my darkness affinity arts and increase my sneakiness. I liked having the element of surprise. Bonus 1, Stages of Cultivation. In case you've forgotten, future self, this is the first time I make a collection of notes like this. Having perfect memory doesn't mean I have perfect organization. It's helpful to write things up like this, at least. I hope you keep this up. But you probably think I'm an idiot. I certainly often consider my past selves to be idiots. Anyway, about cultivation. It's pretty standard from most of the stories I've read. There's chi in the world, you pull it in, store it in your dantian, and move it through your body's meridians. You can release it through them to form techniques. There are many affinities, and I haven't figured out how they form, but no one has. Most people I've talked to number the stages, but there are many different ways to refer to them. Including a standardized color scheme, translated the Imperial Cultivation Stage Indicator System, ICSI, I guess. Acronyms, I haven't missed you. Pretty sure there's a pun, but I haven't figured out what. Stages are subdivided into early, middle, and late parts. Peak is the end of late. I don't know why they have a different name for it. Half step means between 2 stages. I don't think that's common. And seriously, what's up with their naming? You take a step onto a stage? Ugh. At least they're generally called stages and not realms. Although I've read that term too. Really, it's a stage of cultivation, why so pretentious? Okay, back on topic now. The first stage, green, is the foundation. The chi basically makes you a little stronger and healthier than you'd otherwise be. No real techniques yet. This is when you form your core, at the transition to the second stage. Interesting side note, it appears to be possible to cultivate further without a core than is commonly done. Apparently, their ancestors did. Makes me wonder how they developed dantians and the usual cultivation methods. Maybe I can study coreless cultivation at some point. The second or yellow stage has a newly formed core. Most people reach this stage sooner or later, even if they don't focus on cultivation. They're at the peak of what normal humans could achieve physically, a match for Olympic-level athletes. They also know some magic tricks. Since everyone can use chi, almost all technology relies on it, the user expending a bit of their chi to operate it. That's obviously easier for the second stage than the first. Plus, they have slightly increased lifespans and general health. The third stage, orange, is when I'd consider someone to be an actual mage. Supernatural strength and speed, chi techniques, the works. They've stabilized their cores. In this world, people don't really cultivate their bodies separately, it goes along with the rest of the cultivation. Some focus on it more than others. But everyone pushes chi into their bodies to enhance them, especially during breakthroughs. Ergo supernatural capabilities and senses. Even more if they actually cycle chi into the respective extremities or organs. Fourth stage, or blue, is when you get your domain. That can take different forms. Some internalize it and basically strengthen their bodies further, your typical melee types. Some focus more on ranged attacks. The domain gets strengthened in later stages, but the basic characteristics don't change. Fifth stage, purple, is pretty transitionary from what I can tell. There might be more to it, though I haven't found much. But while everyone knows you get your domain at the fourth stage, specialties of the later stages aren't common knowledge. Stupid world and their hoarding of secret knowledge. No wonder most of the science I've read comes from the clan's transmigrators. They need a good enlightenment. Well, it's on my to-do list. Somewhere. Sixth stage, cyan. These people are real powerhouses. Their physical abilities jump up a lot, as well as their chi quantity. They're a country's elites, and this is when anyone really starts to have political influence. The seventh stage is red. Apparently, they get a boost to their mental strength or something. I'm sure there's more to it, but information is hard to find. Against normals or low-level cultivators, these people can vanquish armies on their own. If you can recruit them. Most sect heads, important nobles, and the like are here. The eighth, the black stage. The best of the best. They're basically weapons of mass destruction, and rarely seen on the battlefield. They're just too destructive. If two or more of them fight, the surrounding areas have good chances of turning into a wasteland. I wonder if there's an equivalent to the concept of mutually assured destruction in this world. They aren't easy to control either, since they have a ton of status and usually influence. Their lifespan stretches into the thousands. In the Empire, there are less than 100 registered 8th stagers. That's not just 1 in a million, but considerably less. Daunting, really. I guess it's some consolation that high-level geniuses are almost as rare, and there's a lot of overlap. The white stage, I've only gotten some hints. Not even sure if it actually exists, or is just a metaphor. If it does, I gather this is ascended to another plane of existence territory. I really need to learn more. If there's a way to gain immortality, I need to at least get close enough to evaluate if I want to take it. But I guess I need to be patient. I'll ask Mother when I have a good opportunity. If anyone can tell me something substantial, it's her. Well, that's it. Something I keep wondering, how much does this systematization follow the course of cultivation, and how much does that conception build it? Are there different paths, different steps to reach the same or similar power levels? For example, do people only build a core in the first transition and get their domain in the fourth stage, because that's how they're taught? I can look at foreign cultivation methods, and will, but that's not conclusive, since they might be closely related. Well, I suppose I have more practical concerns to worry about. Next, history. 19. How to lose. The disciple emerged from the ball of water, coughing and sputtering. Mud streamed from his chin and clumped in his hair. A moment later, Elder Zun's chi flared and a sudden gust of heat turned the water into vapor. The losing disciple collected himself and bowed to his opponent. The older girl returned his gesture before she resumed her place in the crowd of disciples ringing the sparring circle. The loser followed a moment later. I regarded the mud, impressed at his creativity for trying to trap air in a clay construct to avoid being drowned. The water's pressure had been too high, though, despite its small volume. Well, making water apply pressure had to be easy. While the elder praised the victor, I ruminated on the way chi of different affinities played into and made techniques. There were both conceptual and physical factors. After all, how else would you even get a nature type, or commonly use light to bolster people's morale? That was hardly an inherent property of the thing. It was probably due to some collective subconscious, but also the actor's own beliefs. Understanding how your affinity worked correlated with your power, and constituted a big part of why enlightenment was such a big deal. That was why I'd advanced so quickly, a lifetime's worth of knowledge and conceptions about light, darkness, and natural laws in general. The elder, clapping his hands, broke my train of thought. On to the next spar. Inner disciple Han against disciple Luri. The ambient volume plummeted. I ignored the stares and stepped forward until I stood just inside the border of stones, marking out the sparring circle. At the same time, I started cycling, pushing light chi into a diffuse aura around me, preparing to activate one of my best techniques. Light speed. One mother had created, while the old Inaris had adapted it into a version I'd further improved. A simple buff to your speed. Natives might be surprised, but what could be faster than light? I'd been tinkering with other things, but I wouldn't reveal my trump cards, especially since they weren't even ready. My opponent stepped into the ring as well. He looked to be in his mid-20s, but could be older, and had the strength of someone in the middle of the fourth stage. I don't think I'll beat him, but at least he's stronger than me by enough that losing shouldn't damage my reputation if I put up a good fight. Over the last few days, I'd participated a bit and managed to hold my own against two people at my level, although I wasn't sure if they'd given it their all. But the serious look on Han's face and the way he gathered his earth affinity chi let me know I wouldn't get any freebies here. We bowed to each other. The elder nodded at us. Begin. I took off. A moment later, a boulder crashed into the ground where I'd been standing. From my opponent's expression, he hadn't expected my speed, and he tried to reorient himself. I took the chance to dart in and throw a few jabs. The first took him in the shoulder, but he barely moved back, and the rest failed against a covering of brown chi he'd raised. He tried to retaliate, and I backed away, narrowly dodging a chi-enhanced kick. All of this went so quickly a normal human wouldn't have been able to distinguish our movements. I circled around the ring. It was quite large, but not enough to let us really cut loose. While I had the speed advantage, his defenses were strong. I dodged around the ring for a bit more, trying to get a feel for his movements. Like in previous spars, I planned to let my body worry about the actual moves and concentrate on the strategy. It meant I fought half on autopilot all the time, but that couldn't be helped. I only had a yellow belt in a single martial art on Earth. After half a second of this dance, the earth rumbled. I jumped, my enhanced chi carrying me all the way to the center of the ring. Behind me, I could feel chasms opening and pillars shooting out. I dodged a strike and tried to retaliate with one of my own, but he moved and it glanced uselessly off his flank. I turned his shadow into chains to buy me some time while I disengaged. I might be able to wear him down, but he had more chi than me. My dantian contained mostly light chi presently, so I couldn't use many darkness techniques. But I had to do more than dodge around the ring until I exhausted myself, if I wanted to keep up my image. Another covering of earth chi grew on my opponent and he destroyed my chains, gathering more chi for another attack. I cycled more chi, pushing it out and forming it into loose balls of light. While I dodged another throw, I made darkness snap around myself, letting my presence vanish into its concealment. I couldn't hide my chi signature completely, but I tamped it down until it was the strength of the decoys, who I'd set to flitting around the ring. They were little more than light chi with the vague shape of a girl, but I copied their movements, hiding among them. One of them approached him from behind, gathering speed. My opponent jumped aside just in time and I let it curve back around at the same time another one attacked. I couldn't keep this up for long, my core was already half empty, but he'd spent a lot, too. For every illusion that attacked, he had to assume it contained a full attack and guard against it. So I sent 2 of them at him and watched as he raised an earthen wall around himself, obscuring him from my sight. I pulled back the attacks a little, spinning them to come from different angles. The wall exploded. I tried to evade, but clumps of stone smashed into my constructs, the chi contained in them disrupting their structure. At the same time, my opponent reappeared. I sensed his presence a split second before he charged out of the cloud of dirt. I tried to dodge, but I hadn't kept up my speed buff. An earthen wall slammed out of the ground in front of me, and I only just managed to vault it. The wall shot up. Just as I was flying over it, it hit me. I tried to correct my trajectory, but the air offered no purchase. The disciple came to a halt at the edge of the ring, just as I slammed into the ground, a meter outside. I shook my head and levered myself up. The impact hadn't hurt more than jumping onto a mat, but I had to flick a few strands of hair out of my eyes. Silence had overtaken the courtyard. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw the tension in the spectators' postures. But I wasted no time in turning toward the victor and offering a bow. It wasn't excessively deep, but on the level of the one I'd give the elder. Thank you for your valuable pointers, Senior Han. That was a good fight, and a clever finishing move. Everyone seemed to release their pent-up breath at once. The disciple bowed back right away. It was my honor. I smiled again, just to demonstrate I wasn't upset. No one needed to fear a grudge that would ruin their career. Good thing I know how to lose. Hopefully, that makes it clear I expect them to fight seriously. I need to learn. The elder recaptured their attention, and I moved off to watch the rest of the fights. No one came within 3 meters of me, but I'd gotten used to that. The fights made up for it. I usually sparred against older disciples, many of them inner disciples, because of my stage. These people all had fighting experience, and it showed. While there was little in the way of more clever tricks, the fluidity and finesse of their techniques matched their brutal efficiency. Some of the fights devolved into beatdowns at the end, and the elder even had to call off someone. The disciple had beaten his rival even after it became clear he'd fallen unconscious, and I'd bet there were some internal injuries in addition to all the broken bones. A healer moved in and carried the loser off. After the fights, most stayed in the area to train on their own, but I didn't linger. I didn't want people watching my fumblings, and didn't have a partner to train with. So I walked away, trying to decide where to go. The library beckoned, where I could do some formations training, or even explore the sect a little more. Soon, the other disciples walked off to their own destinations, and I found myself alone on a path winding between a small grove of trees and a pond further up the hill, with a good view of the sect. I paused to watch it. After a moment, I spoke. Sanhashar, can you hear me? A slight rustle answered, and when I turned around, I found the soldier standing beside the trees. She cupped her hands. You called for me, princess? Well, that answers that. I shrugged. How are things going? Any problems? Nothing serious. The elders are not pleased with our security measures, but they don't object too strongly. We've had no perimeter breaches or suspicious activity outside. None of the disciples seem to pose any threat. I didn't want to know how they assessed threat. Good. Then I paused as a thought struck me. Actually, since you're here, what did you think about my fight? It was a valiant struggle, Your Highness. I snorted. Which I lost. Seriously. Be brutally honest, please. She raised an eyebrow and paused for a moment before speaking. I saw that you expected not to win. That was your first mistake. But I was outmatched, wasn't I? Perhaps. Knowing your limits and estimating your chances realistically is important. But a fighter still needs confidence. Without trust in yourself and determination to prove it right, how will you fight at your full potential? I nodded, knowing she had a point. Fair. Anything else? Your lack of experience hampers you. While your tactic may have been clever, it could not have worked. Your opponent was in the middle part of the fourth stage, with senses superior to yours. Your effort at hiding was doomed to fail. I rubbed my temple. So he played along enough to let me think it had worked until he countered. That's embarrassing. Thank you for your analysis, Xianxia. Of course. Is there anything else you require, Your Highness? Do you anticipate any trouble going forward? How about if I leave the sect? She cocked her head a little. Nothing specifically, though we are wary. The town has been cleared, so it should be safe enough with a reasonable contingent of guards. I would advise against going into the wilderness, as its beasts can be unpredictable. I blinked. Of course. The nearby town, Pekasa. I didn't even think about that. Disciples go to the town regularly, right? Occasionally, though only those who have reached the third stage are permitted to leave, and they are not allowed to stay outside the sect longer than a day. I couldn't help but smile. Not a problem. I'll be going to the town now. Make whatever preparations you need, but I'd prefer to go alone. As you wish. Xianxia bowed, then vanished again. I fed a bit of chi into my spatial ring, taking out a few things to check that I had everything I might need before putting them back inside. Then I took off for the sect's gates at a fast pace, arriving a minute later. The guards, 2 disciples in a small hut beside the main gate, politely questioned me on my destination and reminded me of the time limit, but let me through without a problem. I started walking, taking a look at the sky to gauge the weather. A few clouds, but otherwise nice. The sun would start setting in about an hour, so I could spend a nice evening in town. The path reminded me a bit of Roman roads. It cut in a straight line through meadows and the forest's outskirts. The town wasn't far, and even without pushing myself, I could be there in 10 minutes. But first, I looked for a nice spot on the way to refill my chi a bit. Soon, I was sitting on a hill beside the road, letting the sun warm my face. Birds sung in the trees, their melodies alien yet able to relax me a bit. I sank into meditation, cycling chi. Behind me, an outcropping of boulders threw deep shadows, and I pulled in some of the darkness gathering there, too. Something disturbed me, a prickle against my senses, that broke through my meditation. I opened my eyes and tried to pinpoint its source, but I couldn't find anything. My chi was restless, my mind on alert, but there was nothing to grab onto. I channeled chi into my eyes, ears, and even my nose, trying to chase it down. The birdsong and occasional rustle of leaves sharpened, but all the noises belonged here. I smelled the forest, the road, and a few animals, nothing suspicious. My sight sharpened and I stood up and swept my gaze over my surroundings. Nothing had changed from before, had it? There. I caught it in the corner of my eyes. When I tried to focus, I saw a blur floating over the sky, towards the horizon. I couldn't make out any details, didn't even know if it was a physical object or if I was just seeing chi. A few moments later, it grew too distant to make out. I remained alert for a bit, but nothing happened. The prickle didn't come back. Since I hadn't heard from the guards, it was probably nothing important, maybe just a strong beast flying over us. I considered calling for them, but I didn't want to appear spooked by nothing. And if it was a serious concern, they probably needed to focus without me distracting them, anyway. Still, I picked up the pace a bit as I continued on my way to the Pekasa. I could already see the town, and with a bit of chi strengthening my legs, the walls soon loomed over me. They were several meters tall, built of stone that appeared coated in chi, with 2 gates set into them that I could see. The stone was very smooth and regular, like concrete, although the actual bastion and gates looked like those of a medieval city or castle wall. I could even see the spikes of a portcullis and downward-facing holes to pour liquids through. What were they called again? It all brought back memories of the castles I'd visited on Earth, but I shook those thoughts off. The gates stood open, and while a few third-stage cultivators in uniform guarded them, they let me through without hassle. I slowed down and entered the town, trying to take in everything. My first impression said this was an utter mess. The houses stood mostly 2 or 3 stories tall, and looked like someone tried to cross half-timbered houses with concrete, and put sloped roofs and oriental decorations on top. The streets were cobblestone and wide enough for the crowd, but still a bit cramped. Lots of different colors assaulted my eyes, everything decorated with bright fabrics and shiny crystals or stones. I needed a moment to adjust to the clamor of a settlement after days in relative peace and quiet. At least the smell wasn't worse than in any modern town. I cut through the crowd easily, as everyone moved out of my way. The look started to bother me, so I ducked into a side alley at the first opportunity, put up a dark screen and changed to some less fancy clothing I'd stored in my ring. The pants, shirt and jacket were still of good quality, but not enough to mark me as a noble. I also clamped down on my aura and dampened my chi to that of someone in the third stage. With the new getup, I could breathe easier. People still didn't shove or crowd me, but few spared me a second glance. So I wandered through the town, trying to take everything in. Except for some superficial differences, it was pretty mundane. People went about their business, visited or operated stores, ate in open-air restaurants, or strolled through the small park. I guess the place had at most 20,000 inhabitants, a village or small town any way you looked at it. I listened to some conversations that revolved around what to buy or who was seen with whom. Even if they could carry sacks of produce around one-handed, people were still people. Most of those I saw were in the first 3 stages, only the occasional town guard might be in the late part of the 3rd stage or higher. Wait, that one seemed familiar. Wasn't that commoner boy from the sect? But I only caught a glimpse of him as he went down a darkish alley. I'd just go the other way. All in all, I spent a pleasant if boring evening in town, wandering through the streets and taking in the sights. I bought a flatbread sandwich from a street vendor and enjoyed it on the go. I hadn't eaten anything since I arrived at the sect, so it was a nice change. Street lights had completely replaced natural lighting by now, and I should probably head back. I took a look around at where I'd ended up in. Clearly the seedier part of town. Most of the establishments around me let out light, music and the buzz of conversation. The music might be a little boring, mostly flutes and string instruments with simple melodies, but I'd still missed it. The next corner over, 2 women in very thin dresses looked down from a balcony. When they noticed my gaze, they smiled and leaned forward, sticking out their chests. I snorted and turned away. I wasn't that hard up. Although I really would like to get laid, and this is the first real opportunity I've had. I gazed around again, settling on one bar with more upbeat music and an inviting atmosphere, where I could see chi signatures pulsating. There are my guards, but they wouldn't spy on private moments, would they? I hesitated, then shook my head. No, I think they'll respect my privacy. Besides, guards will be around a long time. I'm not going to let their presence dictate my life. So I headed for the bar. 20, little light. When I stepped out onto the street, the sun was just peeking over the rooftops. I stretched a little and glanced back at the bar plus motel before I started walking. I'd never picked someone up for casual sex before, but this had been ridiculously easy. Must be my exotic good looks. Within minutes of entering the building, a handsome cultivator had offered to buy me a drink, and things progressed from there. Although I'd heard people were generally more restrained in these matters, there were always exceptions, and I must have picked the right establishment. Now, the town seemed bright and cheery. I felt a little sore, but in a good way. That had to be my imagination, though, considering my chi-enhanced body. Although apparently the old Inaries was a virgin. Well, glad that's over with. I shook my head at myself. Not like I have room to judge, it's still earlier than last time. But the memories of home sobered me up, and I quickened my pace. I wanted to be back at the sect. Now that I'd released some lingering frustration, I could get back to work with a clear head. The town displayed the same bustle, despite the early hour, and I had to limit my speed not to run people over. No one seemed bothered by close calls, though, probably because I showed the presence of a 3rd-stage cultivator. I stopped by another street vendor to exchange a few bronze coins for breakfast, this time bread with fruits and nuts baked in, and walked on. I'd considered going shopping, but there was nothing I really needed from here. Besides, the money I'd been given was a hefty sum, but not unlimited, and I might want to buy some powerful artifact someday. The gate stood open still, and as soon as I walked through it, I sped up again. It was only then I noticed that I hadn't changed back to my fancier clothing. Oh, well. Maybe I can change behind a tree or sneak into the sect. I walked quickly, but the morning sunshine and slight breeze was nice enough I decided to enjoy it for a bit, so I didn't run. I was ambling along beside the edge of the forest, thinking about my plans for introducing new technology, when I experienced a prickle of unease. I stopped, looking around. This felt similar to the incident yesterday. I channeled chi into my senses again, straining my eyes to see if I could make out any disturbances. But nothing stood out to me. Meanwhile, the prickle was getting stronger, as if something brushed over my chi. I couldn't help but shiver. I hadn't felt anything like this before. What could it be? Maybe someone scrying me. Or searching for me, or something. Could this be related to the old Inari's questions? Slowly, I moved back until I reached the cover of the trees. Was it my imagination, or did the forest's noise seem muted? I tried to calm my heartbeat and concentrate on my senses. Wait, is that chi? Squinting into the distance, I saw a blur that could be a construct moving quickly, if my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. After a moment, I lost it. Glancing around, I said quietly, "Guards, if you're there, tell me if you sense anything suspicious." No answer came. Maybe I'd been too quiet, or Sanhazhar was away and her underlings didn't have her senses. Maybe they were only watching me, and I'd broken their line of sight. The prickling feeling hadn't abated, although it felt more like static electricity now. I suppressed the urge to flinch. It grew to a peak, then as suddenly as it had come, the sensation abated. After a few seconds, only my anxiety remained. I took a deep breath and cautiously moved a few steps forward, still hugging the tree line. My muscles loosened up after a few moments, and I felt my tension ease. Time to get back to the sect, maybe do some research into magical surveillance. After a moment, I paused, something tugging at my attention. Isn't it still too quiet? I breathed in deeply, and could feel a hint more moisture than there had been previously. Now that I looked around, a faint mist started to seep in, covering the trees and extending onto the road. I frowned, taking a few cautious steps. This didn't feel threatening, not like the other sensation. But I could feel something in my chi if I concentrated on it. A presence? The chi signature moved around until it approached me from the direction I'd been going, just inside the wood's edge. It coalesced until I could make out the outline of a person. Even after a few moments, it remained a blurry shape, but I could sense a clear presence in the chi. It felt different from everyone I'd ever met, even the spirit beasts, but faintly familiar at the same time. Something in my subconscious recognized its kind. A spirit? I asked. A hiss-like laughter answered me. Yes, yes, little one, I am that I am. I relaxed a bit and straightened up. I couldn't get a good read on the spirit's level of power, but I guessed it would be around the 5th stage, not that things worked the same way as for humans. Little light, going to your burrow, out of your hearth. It started circling around me, a bubbling sound accompanying it. More mist surrounded us, infused with chi, dampening my sensation of the outside world. I still didn't feel threatened. If it wanted to harm me, it could do a lot more than that. It's nice to meet you, I suppose? Another hiss, but this one didn't sound amused. Not so, not a good way. Light of the night sky, your son's away. I blinked. My mother was called Son of the Empire as one of her titles. Didn't someone call me Night Sky of the Empire? But that wasn't serious. Maybe it's a common nickname for the heir. Yes, I'm alone. Why? Little light, hidden find. Be wary, don't shine too brightly, or you'll burn the flames. That was a little clearer. Is that a warning? You're warning me of something? Yes, yes, yes. Unease here, bad potential, be wary. Threat reaches, lingers in the space, in home, threat against you. I nodded and resolved to heed its words. Thank you for the warning. I'll try to be careful. I hesitated. Why did you go out of your way to warn me, though? The spirit laughed again, lighter this time, like a chuckle. You are you, little hidden light. I am that I am. It bounced, then swirled a little quicker. And this is home. People here, part of home, shelter, protection, order, comfort. Don't like order, but people, home. I suppose. If I parsed that correctly, this was because the spirit was bound to the local area. This land had been in the empire for millennia. Its people thought of it as their home, their pillar of stability. Maybe so much this had settled into the land on a deeper level, reflected in its chi, or at least the spirits living here. As the heir apparent to the empire, it stood to reason that I was connected to it on a conceptual level. Well, magic is weird and a little scary. And wasn't there some actual religious stuff linked to the Empress? The figure stopped and cocked its head for a moment, before it restarted its spirals. Gone now, hidden threat, given a pause, I think. It came a little closer until I could feel its mantle of chi brushing over my skin. Farewell, little light, little part. I didn't want it to go, but it wouldn't be wise to pester a strong spirit with questions. So I bowed to it. Goodbye, and thank you for the conversation. Then the spirit swirled around, growing more distant. It took off into the forest, the mist receding slowly. I watched it go for a moment, before curiosity overcame me and I started following it. I walked at the edge of the forest, just inside the tree line, trying to trace the spirit's path. I couldn't see it anymore, but I could still sense its chi. And by the way it slowed down and danced around, I had the sneaking suspicion that it was playing with me. I resisted the temptation to move deeper into the forest, though, always staying just at the edge of the road. Finally, it stopped, and just as I debated slowing down, another presence came at me. I jerked back on reflex, sliding behind a tree and veiling my chi. But the other person decelerated as it came closer, deviating from its path. I strained my senses. This one felt familiar. A cultivator in the third stage, probably a young male. The rustle of coarse fabric, an earthy yet faintly burned smell. Frowning, I peeked from my cover, watching as a boy emerged from the trees. The one who'd tried to challenge me for my room. What's he doing here? Is someone there? He called. Show yourself at once. He held up his fist, which was now wreathed in flames. Well, there was nothing for it. I stepped from behind my tree, careful to come from the direction of the road, but still kept my aura locked tightly enough he shouldn't be able to get much from it. What are you doing here? He lowered his hand, although its fire didn't go out, and narrowed his eyes. I would ask you that. Who are you, and why do you sneak around here? I laughed. You don't even remember who beat you? Put that out, or you'll need to face the consequences of threatening me. That wasn't just arrogance, I had a feeling the guards wouldn't take kindly to him. The flames died. I could see his wide eyes flicker from my clothing to my face and back. After a moment, he dropped to one knee and bowed, although it looked awkward. I'm sorry. Princess. I didn't recognize you. Obviously. I took a step closer. You may rise. What was your name, anyway? Lorne Rees. Well, Lorne, I'm Lurie Inaries, but I hope you know that. Again, what were you doing here? I was just returning to the sect from an excursion, Your Highness. I frowned. Was it a coincidence that I stumbled on him just after that strange feeling and the encounter with the spirit? Or had the spirit really led me to him? Maybe it was just playing a joke on me, but there might be more to it. And where did you come from? What did you do? He shifted his weight a little, not looking me in the eyes. Nothing important. Certainly nothing you would concern yourself with. Oh, really? My tone was flat. Tell me. I visited the sect's tenants, all right? The villagers were having trouble with some beasts from higher up the forest, and I scared them away. I hadn't expected that. I glanced in the direction the village lay, although I couldn't see it from here. I knew it existed, since it was mentioned in the briefing Kariva gave me, but I'd had no reason to care about it. Still, my curiosity was roused now. It might be good to check out how these people lived, and their relationship to the sect. Alright. Why don't you take me to the village? He started. Princess? I want you to take me to the village, I repeated slowly. Is there an issue with that? He ducked his head. No, of course not. With obvious reluctance, he turned around and started walking, glancing back to me. I sped up until I walked beside him, but with a comfortable distance. I didn't know what he was afraid I'd do in the village, but it was clear he didn't like nobles, and to be fair, he was probably wise to be cautious. So I didn't let it bother me. After a few meters, we reached a path winding through the trees at an angle from the road. It was a simple dirt path, not wide enough for most vehicles, but I felt better not to be walking through the undergrowth. As we started following it, I looked up. Checking in. Are you still with me? A moment later, a bit of the sky darkened, and I saw a figure looking down at me. Wariga, one of the Imperial Guard from the palace. After a moment, he flickered and vanished again. I ignored Lawrence's look. But seeing the guard did make me feel better. Not that I was concerned about the boy, but someone else could take advantage of me being out alone. I took a deep breath. I guess I'm still a little rattled. Head in the game, now. I straightened my shoulders and continued walking.